Sylvia Garcia, Lizzie Pinelli, Pinell, and what am I doing here? I'm going to lose track here. And Mayor Turner, Judge Hidalgo, thank you all for welcoming us. And Jill and I wanted to visit Texas today for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, to let the people of Texas know our prayers are with you in the aftermath of this winter storm. And secondly, to let you know what I told Governor Abbott and Mayor Turner and Judge Hidalgo and the congressional delegation, that we will be true partners to help you recover and rebuild from the storms and this pandemic and the economic crisis. We're in for the long haul. Early today, we received an update on the storm relief efforts from Harris County at the Harris County Emergency Operations Center. Folks there are doing God's work, as my mother would say. It was an important update on how the federal government and the states are working together through the major disaster declaration and emergency declarations that I made after the storm hit when the governor contacted me. The Federal Emergency Management, FEMA, is providing millions of gallons of water and millions of meals and direct assistance to uninsured homeowners to repair the damage burst pipes caused to millions of homes across this state. The public assistance that comes with the disaster declaration ensures that mayors and county officials can find shelter for folks in need and keep them safe and warm. This is in addition to the more than 125,000 blankets FEMA has also made available to storm victims so children and families don't go to sleep cold. FEMA, working with the Defense Logistics Agency and the Army Corps of Engineers from the Defense Department, has made generators and diesel fuel available to hospitals, nursing homes, and other critical facilities to keep the lights on and speed power restoration along its way. Many local military bases are helping in efforts to distribute water and food, fuel, and blankets all across this state. And I especially want to thank the service members for helping your fellow Americans in time of need. When we have a problem, we always call on the military, domestic or foreign, no matter what. You're best in the world. And I know millions of Texans have been impacted by the disruption of community water systems as a result of the power outages. The Environmental Protection Agency has deployed mobile drinking water labs in Houston, San Antonio, and Fort Worth to test water so you get boil water advisories lifted and get safe drinking water flowing through those faucets again. There's more, but let me say this. We're not here today as Democrats or Republicans. We're here today as Americans. The American leaders with responsibility, all of us here in this parking lot, responsibility to all the people we serve. When a crisis hits our states, like the one that hit Texas, it's not a Republican or Democrat who's hurting. It's our fellow Americans who are hurting. And it's our job to help everyone in need. Look out for one another. Leave nobody behind. That's what we've seen today in our visit. After our briefing on the storm relief, we stopped by the Houston Food Bank. That's also doing God's work. Incredible operation. Just like everyone else here in the vaccination center. They've done thousands of people. It's making a fundamental difference in the safety and security of people. The more people get vaccinated, the faster we'll beat this pandemic. That's why one of my first steps and my first goals as president was to announce that I was going to get 100 million COVID vaccine shots administered in my first 100 days. Because of the people behind me and others, America is going to be the first in the country, perhaps the first in the world to get that done. And I'm proud to say we're halfway there, 50 million shots. Actually, I was telling the congressman earlier, I carry a little card with me, and it lists every day the actual number of vaccines that have been administered. As of today, as of last night, 503,587. Every single one matters in just 37 days. We're weeks ahead of schedule. Even with setbacks from the winter storm, we're moving in the right direction. Look, in the last 6 weeks, we've gone from 6 million shots right before we took office in total to 12 million shots per week now. We've increased vaccine distribution. by 70%. 60% of the people over the age of 60% of the people over the age of 75 have received at least one shot. Close to 50% of the people over the age of 65 got at least one shot. And you say, why am I focused on that? Well, it's especially important because people over the age of 65 account for 80% of all the COVID deaths. 80%. Roughly 75% of the people who live in long-term care facilities now have gotten their first dose, and those cases are at the lowest level since the reporting began back in May. We're making this progress because of all of you. The federal government and the states are working together, along with public and private partners. It starts with supply. We work with vaccine manufacturers, Pfizer and Moderna, to ensure we had enough supply to supply all adults in America by the end of July. And we discovered that vaccine manufacturers, though, weren't getting prioritized when it came to securing supplies they needed to fix their problem of not being able to go more rapidly. So I used the Defense Production Act to speed up the supply chain for key equipment that's already helped increase vaccine production. Last week, I toured the Pfizer vaccine manufacturing facility in Kalamazoo, Michigan. It's incredible. The precision, the safety, the pride, the sense of purpose, everyone involved in that facility. And we've all seen the news about Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Today is just the third safe, effective vaccine. And it's out. They've approved it today. We're going to use every conceivable way to expand manufacturing of the vaccine, the third vaccine, to make even more rapid progress in getting shots in people's arms. Here's what else we're doing. We're increasing the number of vaccinators. The people putting the vaccine, one thing to have the vaccine, another thing to get in people's arms. We brought back retired doctors and nurses by executive order, allowed that to happen. We've already deployed more than 1,500 professionals, medical professionals. You see during the natural disasters from FEMA, our commissioned corps from the Department of Health and Human Services and the Defense Department, including the National Guard. And we're lining up thousands more. We're also setting up more places to get vaccinated. And today, as of today, we provided $3.8 billion to states, territories, and tribes to create hundreds of new vaccination centers and ramp up existing ones. We're providing personnel and equipment, and we're covering the cost for states, including the use of their National Guards. Here in Texas, it's meant millions of dollars and hundreds of vaccinators working in community vaccination centers and 3 mass vaccination centers in Arlington, Dallas, and right here in Houston and the other side here to vaccinate thousands of Texans a day, tens of thousands overall. I want to show the American people the extraordinary effort being made and undertaken in the most difficult operational challenge this nation has ever faced logistically. It's remarkable. About 6,000 doses a day here. Folks who are eligible can call by phone, sign up online for an appointment, drive in, stay in their cars, get a shot, in and out in a very short amount of time. Requires massive logistical coordination and critical federal support from FEMA and the National Guard to work with cities and states and the Houston Texans stand up this kind of site. Vice President Harris and I did a virtual tour of a similar vaccination center in Arizona. One nurse there said, she talked about the shots, talking how many they were getting in people's arms, and she said she felt like she was administering, and get this, a dose of hope. A dose of hope. We're working with governors across the country to stand up and lend federal support to hundreds of vaccination centers, from stadiums like here to community centers to houses of worship, large parking lots, delivery places, doses that hope we can get in people's arms as quickly as possible. I've also sent millions of vaccines to thousands of local pharmacies, over 7,000, to make it easier for folks to get the COVID-19 vaccine shot like they would a flu shot, because people are comfortable going to their local pharmacy. They go there for their flu shot, everything else, they trust the pharmacist, and they're likely to go. Here in Texas, that includes 500 pharmacies across this state, like Walmart and CVS including 50 pharmacies here in Houston. And for the folks who didn't live near a vaccination center or a pharmacy, we're deploying mobile clinics to go out to those neighborhoods and rural areas where people are unable to get to the centers. These are special vehicles of pop-up clinics that meet folks where they live and where they don't have the transportation to get the shots, which they'll be launching very soon here in Houston, those mobile units, as well as Dallas, Arlington, and across the state. We've also started to send vaccines directly to community health centers to help the hard-to-reach folks in cities, small towns, rural communities, in Black, Latino, and Native American communities that have higher rates of COVID-19 infections and deaths than any other groups. Here in Texas, we're already partnering with 12 community health centers in 10 cities, which have combined sites at over 100 locations across the entire state. We're going to save people's lives. As a result of these round-the-clock efforts, in 5 weeks, America's administered the most shots of any country in the world. That's great progress. It's also true that while COVID-19 vaccinations are up, COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations are down. But I need to be honest with you. I said from the beginning, like Roosevelt, who said, "I'll shoot you straight from the shoulder. You can handle anything as long as you're told the truth." Cases and hospitalizations could go back up as new variants emerge. And it's not the time to relax. We have to keep washing our hands, staying socially distanced, and for God's sake, wear your mask. Wear your mask. It's not a political statement. It's a patriotic thing to do. Some of our progress in this fight is because so many Americans are stepping up and doing these things. And the worst thing we could do now would be let our guard down. And here's another critical point. We're going to hit a phase in this effort, maybe late April, early May, when many predict there will be ramped up vaccine supply and we'll have administered shots to most of the people who really are eager to get them and to those who've been able to get there. But at the same time, the warning is there'll be people who live in hard-to-reach areas who can't get the shots, and there are folks who are hesitant to take the shots. We all know there's a history in this country of subjugating certain communities to terrible medical and scientific abuse. But if there's one message that needs to cut through all this, the vaccines are safe. I promise you, they are safe and effective. Listen to Dr. Fauci. Listen to the scientists who developed them through extensive and rigorous review. I did, and I took my shot publicly to demonstrate to the American people it's safe and effective. To address this challenge, we're going to launch a massive campaign to educate people about the vaccines, that they are safe and effective, and that they can go and get those shots and be good. I'm going to close with this. This past year has been one of the most painful years in American history. As I said, we've lost over 500,000 lives of the virus. 500,000 moms and dads, husbands and wives, sons and daughters staring at an empty chair, the dining room table, the kitchen table, friends, neighbors, co-workers, and over the country, all over the country, where the loved ones who are gone. They're gone. Empty feeling in your chest, like you're being sucked into a black hole in your chest. But all over the country, where loved ones once sat, there's an empty chair. And folks, look, there's so much we can do. As you see the broken hearts and the families that have been left behind, there's nothing partisan about this virus. It's too long we've allowed the virus to divide us. I met today with Governor Abbott, Senator Cornyn, conservative Republicans. I'm a Democratic president. We disagree on plenty of things, and there's nothing wrong with that. But there are plenty of things we can work on together. And one of them is represented right here today, the effort to speed up vaccinations. We're not giving shots to Democrats or Republicans. I say it again, we're giving shots to Americans. And all across the country, we've got members of the armed forces, FEMA, volunteers, retirees, fellow Americans working around the clock to give these shots. And they're building on the work of scientists, researchers, doctors, and nurses. And my team at the White House, which is coordinating all of this, is first rate. None of this has a partisan tinge or a partisan element to it. This can be a great American achievement, being the only country in the world to reach 100 million shots in 100 days. This could unite us as a country to vaccinate America, to protect America, to heal America. And I know we can do this. Why? Because I know America can do great things when we do it together. I know my family spent a lot of time here in Houston, by the way, hey, John Eddie, how are you, buddy? I didn't see you there. And Houston, at MD Anderson, when our son Bo was being treated for glioblastoma before he passed away. Just yesterday, I saw MD Anderson announce they joined four other major cancer hospitals to help break down the silos that make real progress in this effort difficult. Now they're sharing data and information. That wasn't going on 4 or 5 years ago. We're going to beat cancer. I know we will. I've said it before and I'll say it again. There's just one thing I could be known for as president. I would be the president who, during his era, ended cancer as we know it. But then last week, guess what? We also landed a rover on Mars. We led by a NASA team in Pasadena, California. A rover carries instruments developed by a team here in Houston that'll be used in the mission of our time and our dreams. Imagine. Everybody's been so down the last number of years about what can we do? We can do anything. American can do anything. And now we see the images that are truly stunning. Battling COVID, beating cancer, going to Mars. If there's one thing I know about America, it's this. Americans never give up. They never give in. They never cry uncle. They just struggle, innovate, and they preserve and persevere. We're going to get through all of this, I promise you. And we're going to do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. You're the best. We can do all this, guys, I promise you. We can do this. Nobody in the world can compete with us when we're together. Thank you all so very much.
All right, well, there you have it. That's President Biden. He was speaking at this vaccination site in Harris County. You can see that truck right behind him. Harris County is where Houston is located. That's also where those winter storms really hit hard. Just want to break down some of the things that the president spoke about here. By the way, I'm Daytona Everett, going to carry you through the last few hours of coverage here throughout the evening. So technically, President Biden went to Houston to assess this storm damage. He had a full day. He was at the Houston Food Bank, seeing what the latest was out there as there's food shortage. He also assessed some of just the damage at these homes and whatnot. He spoke with leaders there. You heard him say that he met with Governor Abbott. He also spoke to Mayor Turner, who is the mayor of Houston. But he went to the vaccination site as well, and that's pretty much where all of his focus was in this speech here. He said that storm relief and vaccinations are not partisan issues, that they're not just vaccinating Democrats or Republicans, they're vaccinating Americans. He said that we're ahead of schedule when it comes to vaccinations. Remember, in his first 100 days, President Biden said he wants to vaccinate 100 million people. So we've already hit that 50 million point this week. We heard and saw him kind of celebrate that earlier this week. He also touted the Johnson & Johnson news, which we haven't really been able to get to here, but there you have it. This is breaking right now. The FDA advisory panel voted to endorse Johnson & Johnson's coronavirus vaccine. This is the third type of vaccine, so we've seen it for Pfizer, which was the first, Moderna, which was the second, and now Johnson & Johnson has been approved. So this clears the way for FDA leaders to grant emergency use authorization amid this ongoing fight against COVID-19. The vote was 22-0, with all committee members voting in favor, obviously, of endorsing the emergency use approval of J&J. The committee was charged with voting on the following question: based on the totality of scientific evidence available, do the benefits of the Janssen COVID-19 vaccine outweigh its risk for use in individuals 18 years of age and older. So they did say that it does outweigh the risk, and that was in a complete vote, 22-0. So we heard Biden talk a little bit about the new Johnson & Johnson vaccine. He said that Houstonians are getting vaccinated 6,000 doses a day. So that's great news for them. And that doses are going to be sent to local pharmacies, and that's across the board. So that's going to be across the country. He did say, though, we need to be careful still about the pandemic, that cases and hospitalizations could likely go up because of these variants. And then kind of wrapping all of it at the end there, going back to the fact that it's nonpartisan, that we're vaccinating both Republicans and Democrats. He wants to help everyone out and saying that vaccines are safe and effective, and that's why he got it in public. So that's kind of a wrap there on what President Biden has been up to today. He's going to be heading back now. We've been showing his Air Force One flight, his takeoff today. We'll probably show his departure as well. We showed you those tours and whatnot. And yeah, that's that. We're going to be moving into some other news here. We're going to bring in Fox 2's Roop Raj out of Detroit. He has a couple things that he wants to talk about today, including this COVID-19 stimulus package. He spoke with congressional leaders out in Michigan from both sides of the aisle. And remember, this is a really tough bill. They're touting it as a bipartisan bill, but it'll be interesting to see what Roop has to say about that, what the congressional leaders out there had to say about that. We're also going to be talking about what to expect this weekend during CPAC. We're going to be hearing from former President Donald Trump. He's going to be the headliner on Sunday. So we're going to be talking about all of that here in just about 2 minutes. We'll send you to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll be right back here on News Now from Fox. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, a live look from the Capitol right there. And it is a busy Friday at the Capitol as the House is going to be voting on a COVID-19 stimulus package. We're going to dive a little bit deeper into what that stimulus package is. But first, I'm going to bring in Fox 2 Detroit's Roop Raj. Roop, thanks for joining us on this Friday. We're going to, talk about that? Because every time I bring you on, I kind of hound you about this COVID-19 stimulus package. That's how long it takes to get things like that approved here. But first, let's talk about Sunday. Former President Trump is going to be heading out to the CPAC conference. What do you think about that?
Well, I think it's going to be the first time we're going to see this former president after about 30 days. Think about it. We haven't heard from him in about a month's time. If you really think about the last time that happened, it was before he was running for office that we had had so much time pass without at least hearing his voice or seeing a tweet. But we know, of course, what happened on Twitter. And we know that he's also just chosen to be a bit quiet in Mar-a-Lago. And now he's going to be traveling not far to Orlando for the big conference. But the preview, if there's any indication of what we're looking at for the big buildup, this essentially is a relaunch of President Trump. Again, I guess you could say President Trump 2.0 relative to the fact that he was gone for a little while and he's going to come back. And he's basically going to come out and we understand his supporters are going to celebrate the fact that he's coming back as the presumptive nominee for 2024. Here's the deal. Here's the bottom line. Any Republican right now who opposes President Trump is being beat up and beat up badly. Any attack on President Trump is an attack on grassroots Republicans. And that's kind of where it's at right now. And we've seen that play out after the Capitol riots. And so bottom line right now, when you take a look at this as, a resurgence or a re-entry into the public life, he's going to wear a suit again and show up. Kind of interesting, I should mention that the long list of people who are going to be there, one person who will not be there, who actually declined an invitation, was former Vice President Pence. Still some bad blood, apparently, between President Trump and former Vice President Pence. So that's kind of an interesting takeaway. Outside of that, you know what? Daytona, what we expected. We expected to hear from Don Trump Jr. We expected him to be bombastic, and we got exactly that. We expected him to call the election a fraud. He said that. We expected him to criticize the first 5 weeks in office for President Biden. He did that. And we can hear much of the same, I imagine, on Sunday when his father, former President Trump, comes to Orlando.
Yeah, we showed Donald Trump Jr. We showed also Governor Ron DeSantis. We showed a little bit of Senator Josh Hawley. And like you said, it's kind of the same sentiment from every single speaker who goes up. Do you think that there's going to be any surprises from Donald Trump? Because usually there is, maybe just one or two things.
You know, it's interesting you say that because, yeah, every time that this man gets up in front of a podium, you expect to hear something that's different, not the regular political speech. Part of what got him his popularity, what makes him so dynamic and different, whether you like him or not, whether you agree with him or not, is he doesn't follow the playbook of a politician. This is a guy who was an outlier, who showed up, and so many of the supporters at these Trump rallies, and I know on NewsNOW from Fox, you have shown, as well as the Biden rallies, but when you show these rallies, the people who are going there are saying, this is a breath of fresh air. I don't have to hear the same rhetoric from a politician. Instead, we're going to hear from a guy who's going to say it like it is. What's he going to say? And what is exactly the topic? Well, we know that President Biden is going to be the main target. This is one guy who's not showing up at CPAC is President Biden. But this is a guy who's going to be talked about probably more than anybody else next to former President Trump himself.
Well, we just heard from President Biden right there. Let's move right into this next topic because it's kind of seamless. Going from more of a partisan conference, I guess you could say, to what they're touting as a bipartisan bill, this COVID-19 stimulus package. I believe you spoke with some leaders in Michigan about this. What do they have to say about this vote that's going to hopefully come down tonight?
Yeah, they're hoping it'll probably be late Friday, early Saturday morning. I talked to two politicians, two congresspeople in Washington who both are from Michigan. So one was a Republican, one is a Democrat. So Republican Fred Upton and Democrat Debbie Dingell. Both of these congresspeople joining me on a call earlier today where we took viewer questions. And the biggest viewer questions, however you wanted to dice it, had to do with the fact that there's a lot of extra stuff in this bill. One of the viewers actually had a chart that we fact checked and actually found was true, that there was only so much help going to COVID relief. And in fact, the name of the bill is COVID-19 relief bill, but there was stuff for state and local government, stuff for transportation. There's a subway, a bridge, all kinds of stuff that all of a sudden some folks are coming out from different areas in the country and saying, hey, let's get some money for these projects. And when they pass the COVID-19 relief bill, we'll have the money for these things. So I asked the question to Representative Dingell, why would you support a bill that has all this extra stuff in it? And she actually went so far, even as a Democrat, to say, look, I don't know, I don't necessarily support a bridge in New York or a subway system or a bridge to Canada or whatever it is. I don't necessarily support that to be in this bill, but we do know that it's in the bill right now. And I'm trying to work as well as we can to try to see how we can scale this back. But the bottom line is this House version is going to go through the way it is. There's nothing much that's going to change about it. It's when it hits the Senate that you're going to notice things are going to be stripped out. The question is, as Representative Fred Upton, a Republican, he said, we have to figure out a way to present these bills that only include items that actually help with COVID-19 relief, not this extra stuff. But it was interesting because a lot of Democrats, I could tell you, Daytona, they actually say all the time that, for instance, transportation or museums or some of these extra spending items in these bills are actually necessary. And the reason is because these places have been hit hard because of COVID. But it's going to be easier to throw your money and your voice behind a food bank than it would a museum. And so that's kind of how they're going to have to break it down. So it's going to be a long night for all of those lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the contentious debate between this $15 minimum wage as well, and they're saying it's going to be passed through with or without that. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes and what's going to stall out the vote.
And a big defeat today. You make a really good point about that $15 minimum wage item that Democrats had really been fighting to keep in that bill. And we learned just late this afternoon, just a short time ago, that basically the person who's in charge of the Senate rules struck back and said, look, we got to peel that right out. So when it hits the Senate, you're not going to have that $15 minimum wage item in there. That's a big defeat for a lot of Democrats who had hoped that that would survive in this COVID-19 relief bill.
Yeah, so we just brought that press conference with House Democrats saying that 75% of Americans are in favor of the bill. I don't know where the stats are coming from, but I think everyone's just ready for things to be passed through. This happens every single time around. So any last thoughts on that? When do you think it officially is going to happen?
It's a great question. Just by kind of taking the temperature of lawmakers that I've talked to throughout the week and throughout the day today, I would imagine it's going to be well past 11 o'clock into the midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning hour, because we know that they're going to continue. Right now, they're in their committees. They're in some of their private meetings. By the time they end that and convene again and start debating, it'll probably be well past midnight, perhaps Saturday morning, and then on to the Senate. The saga does continue.
Yeah. All right. Well, we appreciate you being with us here on News Now. And we're going to play out your interview, I guess, with both sides of the aisle. We like to do that, show Republicans and Democrats what their thoughts are, and bring it to all the viewers who are sitting at home. Rube, we appreciate you.
It's always good to talk to you, and I love that we do that here on News Now. It's no opinion. It's about what happened and what people said, and we're going to show it to people and let them make up their own minds.
Absolutely.
Good stuff.
Absolutely. Well, happy Friday. Have a good weekend. We'll talk soon.
You too. Take care.
And we're going to send some of you off to a quick commercial break here. We'll leave you with this live look of the White House and of the Capitol, because that's what we're going to be waiting on, and still no idea of when it officially will come down. But when it does, we'll bring it to you here on News Now from Fox, live on Unfiltered. See you in 2. For those of you who are going to be sticking around with us here on News Now from Fox, we'll have some other live updates coming for you out of Florida and out of Houston, Texas. Those have pretty much been the two storylines today. We've been showing you the CPAC conference, so we'll be talking to Robert Sherman on the ground about that, and then we'll be talking about President Biden's visit to Houston, Texas. But first, we'll go out to this coronavirus update, including the White House Coronavirus Task Force team with Dr. Fauci and other health officials, and then take you out to those live reports. Busy Friday here.
Thank you for joining us for our White House COVID response briefing. I have a few important updates for you this morning, and then I will turn to Doctors Fauci and Walensky. First, on our efforts to mobilize the country to defeat COVID-19, and second, on our progress in supporting 100 community vaccination centers nationwide to vaccinate more people, more quickly, and more equitably. Before I get there, let me begin by taking stock of where we are. Even as we have crossed the grimmest of milestones, the loss of over 500,000 American lives, we are pulling together as a country. In the time since the president has taken office, we've now doubled the pace of vaccinations and are rapidly on our way to vaccinating many of the people most at risk of dying or being hospitalized from COVID-19, with nearly 1 in 5 adults and nearly half of Americans over 65 having received their first shot. What is important and what I want to cover today is that any progress is a result of the hard work of many people and entities working together for the greater good. Vaccine manufacturers, Pfizer and Moderna, distribution partners at McKesson, FedEx and UPS, governors, mayors, county officials and their health departments, the thousands of providers, pharmacies, and members of the military, FEMA, and other states and federal employees that have been part of this vaccination effort. And of course, all the people of science in the NIH, NIAID, the CDC, BARDA, and FDA. This is all one effort. There is so much more to do, but one thing has become clear is that while none of us on our own can defeat COVID-19, all of us working together can. And today, I want to highlight what people across America can contribute to this cause at this critical time. From day one, President Biden has been pulling the country together to unify against the virus. This begins with Congress. We cannot defeat this virus as rapidly as we need to without action from Congress. Today, the House will start the vote process on the American Rescue Plan. This legislation will enable Americans across the country to defeat COVID-19 and get back to normal life more quickly. The bill is critical to allowing us to do some things that we all need to do to defeat this virus. Needed funding to make schools safer to open. The ability to stay ahead of the virus as it mutates by funding greater sequencing. Testing and tracing to contain outbreaks and stay ahead of new variants. Addressing supply shortages. Investing in high-quality treatments for people with COVID-19. Providing paid sick leave and other support to contain the spread of the virus. And providing relief to the communities hardest hit by the disease. We urge the Senate to quickly follow and pass this legislation. Just as Congress is taking action, so too are the nation's private and civil sectors, and the small and large companies that are at the heart of our economy and provide jobs to so many. One of the benefits of being and providing honest and clear communication with the public about the challenges we face are all of the people who raise their hands and offer to help. Since the president's first day on the job 37 days ago, he's called us to come together and defeat this as a nation. Since January 20th, we have been engaging in literally hundreds of conversations with hundreds of companies who are eager to help put an end to COVID-19, get people safely back to work, rehire workers, and grow the economy as the president outlined in his national strategy to defeat COVID-19. So today, the administration is announcing a new partnership with America's leading business organizations to enlist the full force of the private sector to defeat COVID-19 with a call to action. The Biden administration is joining with the Chamber of Commerce, leaders from the Black, Latino, and Asian business community, the National Association of Manufacturers, and the Business Roundtable to call on businesses big and small to promote 3 critical efforts across the country. Our call asks 3 things of America's businesses to increase the safety of employees, customers, and the community, and will help us put a more rapid end to this pandemic. First, require masking and social distancing to protect workers, customers, and others on their premises. Second, reduce barriers to vaccinations. Make a plan to get employees vaccinated and make it easier for employees to get vaccinated by providing incentives like paid time off or compensation for employees to get vaccinated when it's their turn. Third, communicate with customers and educate the public about the benefits of masking and vaccinations. We are asking businesses to amplify CDC messages about masking and vaccinations on their products, properties, and websites. Through these partner organizations, step-by-step resources to help businesses operate safely will be available. HHS and CDC are collaborating with them so they can take advantage of our research and approaches to talking about vaccines and vaccinations most effectively. Together, we hope to reach hundreds of thousands of businesses representing over 100 million people to promote efforts to stop the spread of COVID-19. This afternoon at 4 p.m., I will be hosting a call with thousands of business owners to lay out this call to action and ask for their help and participation. But the work's already begun. Since we've arrived, we have had over 250 conversations with business leaders in sectors as diverse as technology, retail, social media, medical products, airlines, health insurance, hospitals, utilities, and we're having more every day. Each of them has something valuable to add. Ford and The Gap are producing and donating millions of masks. Professional sports leagues and the live events industry have offered their more than 100 stadiums and venues to local communities to be used as vaccination sites. Retailers like Best Buy, Target, and Dollar General all are giving more than 500,000 workers paid time off or compensating employees who get vaccinated. Uber, PayPal, and Walgreens are teaming up to provide $10 million worth of free rides to vaccination sites. And Lyft is partnering with CVS and the YMCA to provide 60 million free or discounted rides to vaccination sites. In both of these efforts, we are encouraging organizations to target the benefits to people who need them the most, so communities hit hardest bounce back. CVS has also agreed to improved access and appointment times for people looking for vaccines and special efforts to reserve vaccine appointments. This is critical to health equity. The utility company Avangrid has committed to include public health information in more than 3 million paper bills. These are examples, but examples that others can replicate in addition to their own unique efforts. Our call to action today will ask companies to make similar, unique commitments that bring their unique skills and resources to the problem of keeping Americans safe and ending the pandemic as quickly as possible, while also following the lead of these other companies. Over the coming weeks, the Biden administration will highlight more innovative ways, and America's private sector is rising to the challenge as we put this crisis to bed by working together. Let me talk now about the progress we're making to reach the president's goal of 100 community vaccination centers within his first month in office. Thanks to the incredible work of FEMA, the Department of Defense, and colleagues across the government, since January 20, the Biden-Harris administration has already supported the establishment or expansion of 441 community vaccination centers across 37 states, territories, and the District of Columbia. Over the past month, we've provided 171 sites with federal personnel. We've deployed nearly 3,500 total personnel nationwide to support vaccination operations, including expert logisticians, vaccinators, greeters, clerks, and other support roles. Personnel are assigned from agencies across the federal government, including FEMA, CDC, DOD, National Guard, and the Forest Service, Department of Interior, Veterans Affairs Department, and the Army Corps of Engineers. 177 sites have received federal funding, and at the President's direction, FEMA is reimbursing 100% of costs for vaccination operations. This funding covers critical supplies, staffing, training, and transportation needs that support increased vaccination distribution and administration. 62 sites have received federal equipment, from folding chairs to containers to dry ice. The federal government has provided a range of equipment to meet state, tribal, territory, and local needs and help establish and expand sites. This will get done in the details. Thank you to everyone involved in these efforts. The President is visiting a federally established community vaccination site today in Houston, Texas. This site opened yesterday and has the capacity to vaccinate 6,000 people per day. And today we're announcing 2 new federal vaccination sites, one in North Carolina and the other in Illinois. Starting in 2 weeks, the United Center in Chicago will be used to vaccinate up to 6,000 people per day. And in North Carolina, a new site in Greensboro will have the capacity to vaccinate 3,000 people per day. Selection of both of these sites was based on a CDC FEMA framework developed to target those most vulnerable. The goal is to launch vaccination sites that use processes and are in locations that promote equity, deploying the CDC's Social Vulnerability Index. In closing, I want to come back to the important milestone of where we are this week, with over 50 million shots that have been administered since President Biden took office. 50 million shots in 37 days. That's ahead of our target, even with the setbacks we faced during the recent winter storm, which devastated millions of people in the Midwest and in the South.
Thanks for being with us on this Friday evening here on News Now from Fox. It's 4:35 out here in Phoenix, Arizona. In 10 minutes, we'll have a live report out of Florida talking about that CPAC conference, breaking down everything that happened today and what to expect into Saturday and Sunday this weekend. And then we're going to be going out to Texas. As you can hear, the COVID-19 response team with the White House is talking about how some of those vaccinations were delayed in Houston, Texas. That's why President Biden went out there today. We'll have a live report breaking down what the president and the first lady were up to. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
People over 65, now 6 weeks ago had received their first shot. Now that's close to 50%. That's important because people over 65 account for 80% of COVID-19 deaths. And 75% of people who live in long-term care facilities have gotten their first dose. And those cases are at the lowest level since reporting began in May. So yes, we are making progress, but we are not there yet, and there's lots of hard work to do. But I want to thank everybody across the country that's been involved in helping us make this progress. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Walensky.
Thank you so much, Andy. I'm glad to be back with you today. Let's get started on an overview of the pandemic. Over the last few weeks, cases and hospital admissions in the United States had been coming down since early January, and deaths had been declining in the past week. But the latest data suggests that these declines may be stalling, potentially leveling off at still a very high number. We at CDC consider this a very concerning shift in the trajectory. The most recent 7-day average of cases, approximately 66,350, is higher than the average I shared with you on Wednesday. In fact, cases have been increasing for the past 3 days compared to the prior week. And while deaths tend to fluctuate more than cases and hospital admissions, the most recent 7-day average, approximately 2,000 per day, is slightly higher than the 7-day average earlier in the week. We are watching these concerning data very closely to see where they will go over the next few days. But it's important to remember where we are in the pandemic. Things are tenuous. Now is not the time to relax restrictions. Although we have been experiencing large declines in cases and admissions over the past 6 weeks, these declines follow the highest peak we have experienced in the pandemic. So I want to be clear, cases, hospital admissions, and deaths all remain very high, and the recent shift in the pandemic must be taken extremely seriously. CDC has been sounding the alarm about the continued spread of variants in the United States, predicting that variants such as the B.1.1.7 variant, which is thought to be about 50% more transmissible than the wild type strain, would become the predominant variant of COVID-19 by mid-March. We may now be seeing the beginning effects of these variants in the most recent data. Our estimates now indicate that B.1.1.7 accounts for approximately 10% of cases in the United States, up from 1 to 4% a few weeks ago, and prevalence is even higher in certain areas of the country. And earlier this week, new research came out about additional emerging variants in New York, the B.1.526 variant, and in California, the B.1.427 variant, that also appear to spread more easily and are contributing to a large fraction of current infections in those areas, adding urgency to the situation. We may be done with the virus, but clearly the virus is not done with us. We cannot get comfortable or give in to a false sense of security that the worst of the pandemic is behind us. Not now, not when mass vaccination is so very close, when what we need to prevent this is truly imminent. We must continue to be vigilant and committed to consistently taking the steps we work to stop the spread of COVID-19. Where the pandemic goes from here is dependent on our collective behavior and resolve to do our part to protect ourselves, our families, and our communities. Together, we have the capacity to avoid another surge in our nation. I know people are tired, they want to get back to life, to normal, but we're not there yet. Give us time we need to get more vaccines into our communities and to get more people vaccinated. This is our path out. Here in the United States, over 46 million people, or 14% of the population, have already received at least one dose of the vaccine. And so many more of you are ready to roll up your sleeves as soon as vaccine becomes available to you. And indeed, more vaccine is on the way. We are at the precipice of having another vaccine in our toolboxes, the Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccine. Like many of you, I'm excited about news that another safe and effective vaccine option could be coming as quickly as next week. We are closely watching FDA's advisory committee today and the actions they may take today and tomorrow on this vaccine. Following FDA's actions, CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or ACIP, is prepared to meet over the weekend and continue the same data being discussed at FDA's advisory meeting. Then ACIP will make recommendations for the use of the vaccine, and I will stand by to review them and ready to sign. Having an additional safe and effective vaccine will help protect more people faster. I look forward to the ACIP discussion, receiving their recommendations, and sharing with you about ACIP's recommendations and our next steps moving forward. Thank you. I look forward to your questions, and with that, I will turn things over to Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walensky. I'm going to give now a brief update on the science, particularly focusing on the vaccine. If I can go to the first slide. This is the slide that I've shown to this group before, but just building on what Dr. Walensky just said, we really are looking forward with very positive anticipation to the final determination of the VRBPAC and the FDA concerning the Johnson & Johnson or Janssen vaccine. What this means from the data we looked at, that we now have 3 highly effective vaccines. Importantly, each of them are very effective against severe disease, and virtually all of them say that you look at the data and it's clear that you get essentially no hospitalizations or deaths in any of. This is very good news. So again, we have 3 candidates now that are in play. We look forward to the results, as Dr. Walensky said. This should be forthcoming, hopefully within the next day or two, together with the recommendations about how it is to be utilized. In addition, on this particular slide, there are other candidates that have fulfilled enrollment, and we're looking forward with them too. The bottom line is that the more vaccines that have high efficacy that we can get into play, the better there is. Next slide. Now, one of the things that was mentioned by Dr. Walensky is the fact that candidate for, not candidate, but the overwhelming strain that is actually spreading. We also have the others that Dr. Walensky mentioned, the 427 in California, the 526 in New York. We must address these. There are a couple of ways of doing that. Let's take a look at the 351 that has attracted a lot of attention, which was originally in South Africa, is not dominant at all here in the United States, but we need to pay attention to it. One of the ways to do that is to make a version of the vaccine which actually directly addresses the particular variant in question. Could I have the next slide? And what we've seen that just 2 days ago, that the Moderna company began the clinical trials to provide booster shots for the variant from South Africa. What they did actually as the first step to beginning these trials, which will begin in mid-March, they sent material to the NIH for a phase 1 study. Next slide. Now, if you take a look at this, what this will be is that it's a variant-specific vaccine candidate, which we're referring to as mRNA 1273.351, with the 351 designated that is against specifically the variant, which is the 351, which was first identified in South Africa. And as I mentioned, we will conduct a phase 1 study, which we will begin in mid-March in both naive and previously vaccinated adults. Next slide. On this last slide, I show you the 2 cohorts to just give you an example of what the prototype model approach that is being taken when you want to directly address a specific variant. One of these studies, the cohort 1, will be in previously vaccinated volunteers, namely looking at individuals. And again, this is a phase 1 study, not looking at efficacy, but looking at safety and immunogenicity. And that is the way things will likely go over the next several months as this company and others approve, namely taking a look at, can you induce a level of antibody specifically against the variant in question? In this case, it's the 351. And as
Dr. Fauci right there with the coronavirus task force. We're going to get back to that in just a moment here, but we promised you a live report coming out of Florida, and we're going to give it to you. The weekend Republicans are vowing to regain power in the wake of President Trump's loss in 2020. Conservatives from coast to coast are meeting in Florida for a conference that may determine the future of the GOP. Fox's Robert Sherman has that story now from Orlando. What a day today, wasn't it, Robert?
Most certainly was, and this is always a big event that conservatives around the country circle on their calendar, the CPAC convention. A little bit different this year, normally held up near Washington, D.C. This time around, it's down here in Orlando, Florida, and that point was hammered home a lot today by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who opened things up, making the main message that his state is open right now. His state is free, tying into some of the main messages today: freedom, liberty, and the ability to continue to push forward with many of these conservative values. We heard a lot of that today. It's a bit of a who's who, when you come down here, if you're in one of those conservative circles. We've seen Matt Schlapp out here today. We've seen a number of senators such as Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, Tom Cotton, Mike Lee, just to name a few, and all of them discussing the future of the Republican Party and where they take things from here. Remember, it's a bit of a mixed bag last November. I mean, on the one hand, you saw some pretty significant wins for Republicans in Florida, for example, where they were able to expand their margins. Big wins in Ohio and Iowa, which were atypically decided by large vote counts as opposed to previous elections. Then on the other hand, you have Arizona, you have Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, some of those states that the Republicans were not able to hold. So a big question that's been circulating here is, where does the Republican Party go from here? Let me say that more pointedly. How much will the party align with former President Trump in the near distant future? There's a lot of enthusiasm still here on the ground for President Trump, who will be speaking here on Sunday. And while there are those questions in the air, can he lead the party after losing the White House? You talk to a lot of folks here. Let me put it to you this way. There's a lot of Donald Trump hats, yet to see a Tom Cotton 2024 hat.
You know, I'm surprised, though, Robert. There's a lot of masks out there, too. You brought up a good point that we're still in the middle of a pandemic right now, but there's thousands of people there. But everyone seems to be, you know, being precautious, have their masks on. So that's good news, right?
Yeah, for the most part. And there's another point that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis made is, you know, if we do what we must do, whether it's wearing masks and social distancing, events such as this, I know things have quieted down so it doesn't look like a very busy scene. There have been quite literally thousands of people here at this event today earlier. Now, most of the festivities have concluded. A lot of people have piled out. But this has been pretty atypical of the coronavirus pandemic, to have this many people in one place celebrating ideas, debates, philosophy. And that's all been going on here and coming together in this way for the Republican Party. So the main message is doing what one must do in order to be able to enjoy what the folks here want to do.
Yeah. So obviously Sunday's a big day with former President Trump. He's going to be speaking. But what about Saturday? I feel like we're kind of skipping Saturday. What's the lineup for tomorrow? Any big headliners?
Yeah, Kristi Noem, the governor of South Dakota, who has really made a name for herself over the past couple of years. She will be one of the main speakers tomorrow. We know Kevin McCarthy is going to be here tomorrow. Bill Hagerty, a senator from Tennessee, is going to be speaking. Tomorrow will be a little bit of a different day, as that we know that most of the events have been main attraction type speeches that have been coming from the main auditorium. There'll actually be a few breakout sessions tomorrow to get into a bit more of an intimate environment and, you know, have a little bit more conversation going on in that regard. But been a pretty jam-packed schedule for the past couple of days. If they're a big player in the Republican Party or conservative philosophy, there's a pretty good shot that they're here.
They're probably there. Wow. What was your biggest takeaway? Because you've been there all day today. It was a pretty long day. We've been seeing it on one of our sources for hours here. So I'm curious what you think of it all.
You know, after the Republican Party lost the White House in November and effectively lost control of the Senate in the Georgia Senate runoffs, you wouldn't know it here. There is a lot of optimism. There is a lot of hope for the future. The message is also made clear is that the time is now in order to act. You know, according to the Republicans, that's a message that they are conveying to a lot of their supporters, that people need to go out and vote. People need to organize. People need to come together, unite the party. We spoke exclusively with Rick Scott earlier, who continued to make one of his main points from earlier in the week, that the Republican Civil War is canceled. It's not going to happen. We'll see if that actually ends up being the case. But lots of optimism, lots of call for unity and trying to bring the whole party together. We'll see if it lasts outside of these festivities.
Great to know. Robert Sherman out there in Orlando, Florida for us. Thanks for being here on News Now from Fox, and have a great weekend. I'm sure we'll be talking to you again soon.
Thank you, Daytona.
And it looks like we do have a bit of breaking news right now. I want to move over to this. We'll bring down that chopper audio for you. A Scottsdale house fire. No word yet on any injuries, but as you can see, there's firefighters on scene trying to get it all under control here. These coming via our Fox 10 Phoenix team. Sky Fox up in the air and has been for the past 10 minutes or so. Again, house fire in Scottsdale, no word on any injuries. Still trying to gather a few more details here. But it looks like it's pretty much just in the roof right there, burned off that top part of the roof, the center part. Eerily close to that other house there. But active flames seem to be just inside of the house at this point, just sending up smoke into the air. We're going to get some more details, but I'm going to take this moment here to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, more breaking news here on News Now from Fox. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. We're following these live aerials out of Scottsdale, Arizona, a house fire. The firefighters are obviously on scene. No word yet on any injuries there, but unfortunately looks like the house is going to be a total loss there. Looks like it's pretty much just been contained to the house and that side garage area, shed right there. But several firefighters on scene. We'll be keeping a close eye on any breaking news here and keep coming back to this as soon as we get any more details. But I'm Daytona Everett. We've had several live events over the past hour or so, and we're going to continue to. In about 15 minutes here, we're going to be going out to Houston, Texas, talking to a reporter about President Biden being in town today. He visited following those horrible Texas winter storms out there. Tons of fallout following all of that, with homes being flooded, pipes bursting. It was a mess, but it wasn't the only thing that Biden addressed today. In his remarks, he talked about vaccinations and what that vaccination site is now looking like in Houston, Texas. So I'll let him say it himself. We'll play out these remarks, and then, like I said, 15 minutes or so, we'll be going out to a live report from there. And we'll keep our eyes on this house fire in Scottsdale, Arizona.
You all being very polite. You're with me all day, and it's dinner time. Good afternoon, or almost, actually, it's evening. And I want to thank you, Governor, Ms. Abbott, for your hospitality and your friendship. And Representative Senator Cornyn, I think he had to go back. I think he was getting on a plane. He told me he came in to see me last event. And Representatives Shirley Jackson Lee, Al Green, Sylvia Garcia, Lizzie Pinelli, Pinell, and what am I doing here? I'm going to lose track here. And Mayor Turner, Judge Hidalgo, thank you all for welcoming us. And Jill and I wanted to visit Texas today for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, to let the people of Texas know our prayers are with you in this aftermath of this winter storm. And secondly, to let you know what I told Governor Abbott and Mayor Turner and Judge Hidalgo and the congressional delegation, that we will be true partners to help you recover and rebuild from the storms and this pandemic and the economic crisis. We're in for the long haul. Early today, we received an update on the storm relief efforts from Harris County at the Harris County Emergency Operations Center. Folks there are doing God's work, as my mother would say. It was an important update on how the federal government and the states are working together through the major disaster declaration and emergency declarations that I made after the storm hit when the governor contacted me. The Federal Emergency Management, FEMA, is providing millions of gallons of water and millions of meals, direct assistance to uninsured homeowners to repair the damage burst pipes caused to millions of homes across this state. The public assistance that comes with disaster declaration ensures that mayors and county officials can find shelter for folks in need and keep them safe and warm. This is in addition to the more than 125,000 blankets FEMA has also made available to storm victims so children and families don't go to sleep cold. FEMA, working with the Defense Logistic Agency and the Army Corps of Engineers from the Defense Department, has made generators and diesel fuel available to hospitals, nursing homes, and other critical facilities to keep the lights on and speed power restoration along its way. Many local military bases are helping in efforts to distribute water and food, fuel, and blankets all across this state. And I especially want to thank the service members for helping your fellow Americans in time of need. When we have a problem, we always call on the military, domestic or foreign, no matter what. You're best in the world. And I know millions of Texans have been impacted by the disruption of community water systems as a result of the power outages. The Environmental Protection Agency has deployed mobile drinking water labs in Houston, San Antonio, and Fort Worth to test water so we can you get boil water advisories lifted and get safe drinking water flowing through those faucets again. There's more, but let me say this. We're not here today as Democrats or Republicans. We're here today as Americans. The American leaders with responsibility, all of us here in this parking lot, responsibility to all the people we serve. When a crisis hits our states, like the one that hit Texas, it's not a Republican or Democrat who's hurting. It's our fellow Americans who are hurting. And it's our job to help everyone in need. Look out for one another. Leave nobody behind. That's what we've seen today in our visit. After our briefing on the storm relief, we stopped by the Houston Food Bank. That's also doing God's work. Incredible operation. Just like everyone else here in the vaccination center. They've done thousands of people. It's making a fundamental difference in the safety and security of people. The more people get vaccinated, the faster we'll beat this pandemic. That's why one of my first steps and my first goals as president was to announce that I was going to get 100 million COVID vaccine shots administered in my first 100 days. Because of the people behind me and others, America is going to be the first in the country, perhaps the first in the world to get that done. And I'm proud to say we're halfway there, 50 million shots. Actually, I was telling the congressman earlier, I carry a little card with me, and it lists every day the actual number of vaccines that have been administered. As of today, as of last night, 503,587. Every single one matters in just 37 days. The weeks ahead of schedule. We're weeks ahead of schedule. Even with setbacks from the winter storm, we're moving in the right direction. Look, in the last 6 weeks, we've gone from 6 million shots right before we took office in total to 12 million shots per week now. We've increased vaccine distribution by 70%. 60% of the people over the age of 75 have received at least one shot. Close to 50% of the people over the age of 65 got at least one shot. And you say, why am I focused on that? Well, it's especially important because people over the age of 65 account for 80% of all the COVID deaths. 80%. Roughly 75% of the people who live in long-term care facilities now have gotten their first dose, and those cases are at the lowest level since the reporting began back in May. We're making this progress because of all of you. The federal government and the states are working together, along with public and private partners. It starts with supply. We work with vaccine manufacturers, Pfizer and Moderna, to ensure we had enough supply to supply all adults in America by the end of July. And we discovered that vaccine manufacturers, though, weren't getting prioritized when it came to securing supplies they needed to fix their problem of not being able to go more rapidly. So I used the Defense Production Act to speed up the supply chain for key equipment that's already helped increase vaccine production. Last week, I toured the Pfizer vaccine manufacturing facility in Kalamazoo, Michigan. It's incredible. The precision, the safety, the pride, the sense of purpose, everyone involved in that facility. And we've all seen the news about Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Today is just the third safe, effective vaccine. And it's out. They've approved it today. We're going to use every conceivable way to expand manufacturing of the vaccine, the third vaccine, to make even more rapid progress in getting shots in people's arms. Here's what else we're doing. We're increasing the number of vaccinators. The people putting the vaccine, one thing to have the vaccine, another thing to get in people's arms. We brought back retired doctors and nurses by executive order, allowed that to happen. We've already deployed more than 1,500 professionals, medical professionals. You see during the natural disasters from FEMA, our commissioned corps from the Department of Health and Human Services and the Defense Department, including the National Guard. And we're lining up thousands more. We're also setting up more places to get vaccinated. And today, as of today, we provided $3.8 billion to states, territories, and tribes to create hundreds of new vaccination centers and ramp up existing ones. We're providing personnel and equipment, and we're covering the cost for states, including the use of their National Guards. Here in Texas, it's meant millions of dollars and hundreds of vaccinators working in community vaccination centers and 3 mass vaccination centers in Arlington, Dallas, and right here in Houston and the other side here, to vaccinate thousands of Texans a day, tens of thousands overall. I want to show the American people the extraordinary effort being made and undertaken in the most difficult operational challenge this nation has ever faced logistically. It's remarkable. About 6,000 doses a day here. Folks who are eligible can call by phone, sign up online for an appointment, drive in, stay in their cars, get a shot, in and out in a very short amount of time. Requires massive logistical coordination and critical federal support from FEMA and the National Guard to work with cities and states and the Houston Texans stand up this kind of site. Vice President Harris and I did a virtual tour of a similar vaccination center in Arizona. One nurse there said, she talked about the shots, talking how many they were getting in people's arms, and she said she felt like she was administering, and get this, a dose of hope. A dose of hope. We're working with governors across the country to stand up and lend federal support to hundreds of vaccination centers, from stadiums like here to community centers to houses of worship, large parking lots, delivery places, doses that hope we can get in people's arms as quickly as possible. I've also sent millions of vaccines to thousands of local pharmacies, over 7,000, to make it easier for folks to get the COVID-19 vaccine shot like they would a flu shot, because people are comfortable going to their local pharmacy. They go there for their flu shot, everything else, they trust the pharmacist, and they're likely to go. Here in Texas, that includes 500 pharmacies across this state, like Walmart and CVS, including 50 pharmacies here in Houston. And for the folks who didn't live near a vaccination center or a pharmacy, we're deploying mobile clinics to go out to those neighborhoods and rural areas where people are unable to get to the centers. These are special vehicles with pop-up clinics that meet folks where they live and where they don't have the transportation to get the shots, which they'll be launching very soon here in Houston, those mobile units, as well as Dallas, Arlington, and across the state. We've also started to send vaccines directly to community health centers to help the hard-to-reach folks in cities, small towns, and rural communities, in Black, Latino, and Native American communities that have higher rates of COVID-19 infections and deaths than any other groups. Here in Texas, we're already partnering with 12 community health centers in 10 cities, which have combined sites at over 100 locations across the entire state. We're going to save people's lives. As a result of these round-the-clock efforts, in 5 weeks, America's administered the most shots of any country in the world. That's great progress. It's also true that while COVID-19 vaccinations are up, COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations are down. But I need to be honest with you. I said from the beginning, like Roosevelt, who said, "I'll shoot you straight from the shoulder. You can handle anything as long as you're told the truth." Cases and hospitalizations could go back up as new variants emerge. And it's not the time to relax. We have to keep washing our hands, staying socially distanced, and for God's sake, wear your mask. Wear your mask. It's not a political statement. It's a patriotic thing to do. Some of our progress in this fight is because so many Americans are stepping up and doing these things. And the worst thing we could do now would be let our guard down. And here's another critical point. We're going to hit a phase in this effort, maybe late April, early May, when many predict there will be ramped up vaccine supply and we'll have administered shots to most of the people who really are eager to get them and to those who've been able to get there. But at the same time, the warning is there'll be people who live in hard-to-reach areas who can't get the shots, and there are folks who are hesitant to take the shots. We all know there's a history in this country of subjugating certain communities to terrible medical and scientific abuse. But if there's one message that needs to cut through all this. The vaccines are safe. I promise you, they are safe and effective. Listen to Dr. Fauci. Listen to the scientists who developed them through extensive and rigorous review. I did, and I took my shot publicly to demonstrate to the American people it's safe and effective. To address this challenge, we're going to launch a massive campaign to educate people about the vaccines, that they are safe and effective, and that they can go and get those shots and be good. I'm going to close with this. This past year has been one of the most painful years in American history. As I said, we've lost over 500,000 lives of the virus. 500,000 moms and dads, husbands and wives, sons and daughters staring at an empty chair, the dining room table, the kitchen table, friends, neighbors, co-workers, and over the country, all over the country, where the loved ones who are gone. They're gone. Empty feeling in your chest, like you're being sucked into a black hole in your chest. But all over the country, where loved ones once sat, there's an empty chair. And folks, look, there's so much we can do. As you see the broken hearts and the families that have been left behind, there's nothing partisan about this virus. It's too long we've allowed the virus to divide us. I met today with Governor Abbott, Senator Cornyn, conservative Republicans. I'm a Democratic president. We disagree on plenty of things, and there's nothing wrong with that. But there are plenty of things we can work on together. And one of them is represented right here today, the effort to speed up vaccinations. We're not giving shots to Democrats or Republicans. I say it again, we're giving shots to Americans. And all across the country, we've got members of the armed forces, FEMA, volunteers, retirees, fellow Americans working around the clock to give these shots. And they're building on the work of scientists, researchers, doctors, and nurses. And my team at the White House, which is coordinating all of this, is first rate. None of this has a partisan tinge or a partisan element to it. This can be a great American achievement, being the only country in the world to reach 100 million shots in 100 days. This could unite us as a country to vaccinate America, to protect America, to heal America. And I know we can do this. Why? Because I know America can do great things when we do it together. I know my family spent a lot of time here in Houston, by the way, hey, John Eddie, how are you, buddy? I didn't see you there. And Houston at MD Anderson, when our son Bo was being treated for glioblastoma before he passed away. Just yesterday, I saw MD Anderson announce they joined four other major cancer hospitals to help break down the silos that make real progress in this effort difficult. Now they're sharing data and information. That wasn't going on 4 or 5 years ago. We're going to beat cancer. I know we will. I've said it before and I'll say it again. There's just one thing I could be known for as president. I would be the president who, during his era, ended cancer as we know it. But then last week, guess what? We also landed a rover on Mars. We led by a NASA team in Pasadena, California. A rover carries instruments developed by a team here in Houston that'll be used in the mission of our time and our dreams. Imagine. Everybody's been so down the last number of years about what America, what can we do? We can do anything. American can do anything. And now we see the images that are truly stunning. Battling COVID, beating cancer, going to Mars. If there's one thing I know about America, it's this. Americans never give up. They never give in. They never cry uncle. They just struggle, innovate, and they preserve and persevere. We're going to get through all of this, I promise you. And we're going to do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. You're the best. We can do all this, guys, I promise you. We can do this. Nobody in the world can compete with us when we're together. Thank you all so very much.
President Biden out there speaking at NRG Stadium, and to break down everything that happened today in Houston, Texas, I'm going to bring in Fox 26's Matt Seedorf. Matt, we've been showing a lot of these live looks today. President Biden out there at the vaccination site, President Biden at the food banks. What is the latest? Were there any key takeaways for you guys, Houston residents who kind of went through some tragic stuff last week with those winter storms?
Yeah, and you heard the president's talk. His message overall was one of unity. And I did speak with the mayor of Houston this evening about just kind of how this all went. And the mayor seemed pretty pleased, being a representative for the city, with just how everything went with the president visiting. Obviously, we're outside a mega site that was just opened by FEMA on Wednesday at NRG. This is in downtown Houston area. And they're just starting this. This opened on Wednesday. They're giving 6,000 shots per day. This is the biggest vaccine site that we've had so far in Houston. So much of the speech that we heard from President Biden was really touching on that and more of a national picture of where we can expect this to go with COVID-19 and vaccines.
Now, as reporters out there in Houston, did you guys have an opportunity to ask any questions to the president, or it seemed like he was kind of going from one spot to the next?
Yeah, we definitely did not have any opportunities to ask the president any questions. Where the media is standing right now, there's actually a fence behind me, and maybe 100 yards that direction, there's the FEMA trailer, and you could try to yell towards the president as best you could, but there was no way that he was going to hear you.
Yeah, and I know Mayor Turner was obviously out there, but Greg Abbott also spoke to the president today. Is there any word from the governor on how he thinks the visit went? Because he's been asking for a lot of federal aid since the winter storms. I wonder how that conversation is going.
That's a good question. You know, we reached out to the governor's office. So far, we haven't heard back on just kind of a response. Also to note, Republican Senator John Cornyn was here. I know that Republican Senator Ted Cruz was also speaking in Florida today for the CPAC conference. So lots of busy politicians here in Texas today.
And Matt, one last question for you. Since you're at NRG Stadium, can you tell us a little bit about how vaccinations are going in Houston as of right now? Has that really pushed forward the effort for residents who have been waiting on these vaccines?
It seems to be helping quite a bit. They're pushing for 6,000 shots per day at this new FEMA site, and they're going to be doing this for several weeks. And this started on Wednesday, but you got to remember, we had that huge winter storm here a week ago. So really, Houstonians and Texans in general weren't getting any COVID-19 vaccines for about a week. So we're a little bit behind. I know that the Houston Health Department is still getting those shots that are coming in late from last week. So they're kind of combining that with the ones at FEMA and really hoping that this speeds up the process here in Houston.
All right, any last key takeaways of the president coming out to Houston? This is just, I think, his second official visit following his visit to the other Pfizer manufacturing plant in Michigan. Houston was next on the list. That's big news for you guys.
Yeah, definitely a big news for the state of Texas and the city of Houston. I know, just seeing what I'm noticing on social media, some people were wondering, maybe he should have talked more about the winter storm that we just experienced last week and less on the bigger national picture of COVID-19. And I did ask our city mayor, do you think that he touched enough on this big disaster that hit Texas? So many tens of thousands of people are still without water in Texas. And the mayor said that, he thinks that the president did a good job, visiting the Houston Emergency Center, where so many people have been working the last week, getting everything back in store for the state and the county, and also visiting the food bank. The mayor believes that was sufficient.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that, Matt, because obviously we're only seeing these remarks from the president when he's up there at the podium. We're not seeing the conversations behind the scenes with the mayor and the governor. But I was thinking the same thing. The majority of his conference today was talking about vaccinations, and even on a national scale, not as much about those winter storms when, like you said, so many people are still without power or can't go home right now. It's an issue, and I'm interested to see what happens with federal assistance going forward for all of those Texas residents, because we had those Texas hearings today with ERCOT and whatnot.
Exactly. And, you know, tens of thousands of Texans, as I mentioned, are still without running water. And I actually spoke with one person a couple days ago that still hasn't received their assistance from FEMA from Hurricane Harvey. And that was 3.5 years ago. And thankfully, we did a story with her and she was able to get the help needed to get her water back on this week. But, you know, I don't know. We'll have to see what the reaction is from Texans on whether this visit today was enough and if the message was clear enough that he's here and has their back.
Wow, that's a really great story for that woman. Yeah, I think that's why I asked you if you guys were able to ask any questions to the president, because I'm sure that would have been one of them. Well, Matt Seedorf out there at NRG Stadium, hopefully vaccinations keep ramping up there, and with the endorsement of that Johnson & Johnson vaccine, that could come into play at all of these big stadiums for mass vaccinations. Matt, have a great weekend. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
And we're going to continue to give you all these live updates from across the country. That's going to do it right now for at least the rest of the hour here. Coming up in the next hour, we're going to go back out to Texas and talk about President Biden's visit and also some of those Texas hearings. If you weren't joining us earlier today on NewsNOW from Fox, there was some hearings today with ERCOT officials and just energy officials in the state of Texas to figure out what needs to be changed moving forward to make sure what happened last week, those power outages, those water outages, don't happen again. And that is a huge question for so many Texas residents. Until then, though, I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. We'll leave you with this live look here of the Capitol as we have our eyes on the vote moving forward for that COVID-19 stimulus package. And when you come back from the break, we're going to be talking more about the coronavirus stimulus package and coronavirus vaccines. Some really, really great stories coming out. One from Phoenix about an Oklahoma firefighter who received a double lung transplant here in Phoenix. He was released from the hospital today, so a light at the end of the tunnel for this firefighter who actually struggled with COVID-19, and that's what killed his lungs. That's why he needed the transplant. But I'm not going to spoil a story for you. We'll show it to you after the break. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, a live look from Capitol Hill there as we're awaiting a vote from House members to push through this COVID-19 stimulus package. We're going to give you a few stories to give you a little more context on what this bill encompasses. But until then, a few more stories. This first one from Kayla Naimlack. She's one of the New York reporters from Fox 5, talking about how Mayor Bill de Blasio is trying to calm New York City variant concerns. And these are concerns that are happening across the country right now as several cities are starting to deal with these new variants of the coronavirus.
We shouldn't assume the worst. We should say we need the full truth.
An attempt to tamp down fears by the de Blasio administration of what's being called the New York City strain. Variant B1526, first detected late last year, is now starting to show up more often in the city, according to 2 academic studies. But it's not yet clear if it's spreading any faster than other variants or if it's any more dangerous. Dr. Jay Varma, one of the mayor's top scientific advisors, says we need to know more.
We are able to detect and track this new strain that's been reported, and we'll continue to follow it.
The variant was identified separately by 2 research groups, one at Caltech and another at Columbia University. Researchers found the strain accounted for about 1 in 4 viral sequences that appeared in a shared scientific database. City Health Commissioner Dr. David Choksi saying while the new studies are important, they're still exploratory because they haven't been peer-reviewed. And there's no evidence this variant is contributing to the trajectory of cases.
Which we should emphasize continue to decrease.
And perhaps most importantly, there's no current indication that the available COVID vaccines are any less effective, says WebMD's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. John White.
Because the virus is mutating and their variants are being created, we need to be vaccinating more and more people.
That could start to become more achievable today when drug makers for a 3rd vaccine go before the FDA to ask for emergency use authorization. If approved, 4 million doses of Johnson & Johnson's single shot will ship immediately, and it could begin to be available as early as next week. Until then,
we can't get into this situation where every report of a new variant is going to make us all, extremely neurotic and frenzied and crazy. I think we have to look at the data. And on this one, let's be honest, we don't have enough data to look at. My good friend Eric Topol is calling this the scariant.
So if you've already had COVID-19, there are several new studies out that you might want to hear about. They are suggesting that when it comes to the vaccine, you should only get 1 dose, not 2. Apparently, that 1 shot in a post-COVID patient can greatly amplify your antibody levels. Joining us now to discuss is Dr. Gayatri Patel with Northwestern Medicine, an immunologist there. Good morning to you. Nice to see you again. Thanks for joining me this morning.
Good morning. Pleasure to be here.
So if you can just kind of break down what these studies are finding when it comes to coronavirus survivors and a 1-dose only shot.
Well, there have been at least 4 preliminary studies that suggest that those who have had COVID generate a more rapid and impressive antibody levels compared to after a single dose. And this is compared to those who have not had previous COVID. And most impressive of these findings is that the antibody response after a single dose is equal to or greater in some cases compared to those individuals who have had 2 vaccines and have not had COVID. But these findings are early data, so it's important to keep that in mind.
Right. So we're not telling everybody who's already had COVID to only get 1 dose. We're saying this is something right now that is preliminary data, but could make a difference in the future. Because with this in mind, I know there's a big push by scientists to try to get the CDC on board with this. Do you think it makes sense that survivors should only get 1 dose?
I think the data raises the possibility that a single dose may be sufficient in those who have had COVID, but there are unknowns if we were to take this approach at the moment. For example, we don't know if the early immune differences in the response that we're seeing, if it's going to be maintained over time. And also, we need to better understand that based on the prior COVID, does the severity matter? And does the pre-existing levels of antibodies to COVID does that affect or influence the type of immune response you're going to have after the single dose? So, until we learn more information, we need to follow the current CDC guidelines, which is to do the 2-dose series. And this may change in the future.
Right. Okay. Explain if you can, because I saw that these studies have also found that a second dose of the vaccine doesn't really add much benefit at all. If that's the case, this will be interesting because it would allow opening up more doses to other people, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it's too early to tell if the second dose does or does not have an impact in this group of people. The studies do show, a few of the studies show that there is not a significant difference in the antibody levels between the first and second dose, which is encouraging. But the studies are limited in looking at markers of long-term immunity after the second dose. And what I mean by that is looking at memory cells, which are important to remembering the virus and which enhance the response of your immune system. And the other thing to keep in mind is that these studies do not look at if a single dose will actually reduce your risk of symptomatic COVID, hospitalizations, and death, which is ultimately what we care about right now.
Okay, and it sounds to me, though, that we definitely need some more research to figure out those things because they're very important. Dr. Gayatri Patel with Northwestern Medicine, thank you so much for joining me again this morning. Nice to see you.
Medical students and student nurses are part of a team opening up a new COVID-19 vaccination drive-through. It's going to be on the campus of Texas Christian University, and it's going to start tomorrow morning. We get more details from Dr. Danica Franks, the Assistant Dean of Student Affairs at TCU and the UNT Health Science Center School of Medicine. Thank you for being with us, Dr. Franks.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so your students helping kick things off tomorrow, and along with TCU Harris College nursing students, they're going to be administering these shots. They've been trained in this. I mean, this is great real life experience for them. I mean, really doing the job as they need to, right?
Completely agree. No, this is tremendous. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that they are learning their respective professions in a truly unprecedented time. So it's even more valuable to be able to take the context of the pandemic all the way through vaccine creation to vaccine distribution and to let them have a part of that.
So those that are getting the vaccination, are these people that registered through Baylor Scott & White?
Yes, so it's important for our general community to go ahead and get registered through Baylor Scott & White. They have a website set up for that. You can also do it through Tarrant County Public Health on their website. And on either end, you will be notified about 2 days in advance of your opportunity to come out and get vaccinated at the drive-through clinic.
It's interesting. We're looking at some of this video that was of their training, and I mean, they're talking to, not real people here and not real arms, but they're administering the shot. How much training goes into something like this before they actually can do it?
Yeah, absolutely. They have to be completely signed off and to be able to demonstrate their ability to successfully provide the vaccination. And it truly is a joint effort across the nursing school and the medical school to ensure that these young trainees are ready to come out and serve their community. And the students are so excited. So we can't wait to give them that chance tomorrow.
Okay, so this week it's 1 day, but expanding to, I heard 3 days next week?
Yeah, so tentatively looking at 3 days next week, Friday through Sunday. And of course, more opportunities as those vaccine allocations are provided. This is truly a tremendous opportunity to serve our community. Very accessible, large scale, and that's exactly what we need.
Yeah, great way to get more shots and more arms. Do you think other nursing and medical programs are going to do this as well? Are you hearing of others?
So yes, across the U.S., there's lots of ways that medical schools and trainees are also getting involved in vaccine distribution. But most importantly, really, this is a collaboration, an opportunity for all of us as citizens and kind of the private and public sector to look at ways that we can more successfully vaccinate more people. And so I expect in the next coming weeks, you'll hear more from other institutions and other groups that are contributing in ways to make sure that we get more people vaccinated, because that's truly what we need right now.
Yeah, for sure. You have to register. We're going to put a link on how you register on our website, fox4news.com. Thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Incredible progress, and you know, we're on the cusp of having that single dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and that's going to really help get more shots into more arms without question.
And that could begin next week,
Right.
which is really a big deal. Also a big deal next week, teachers are going to be eligible for the vaccine here in LA County. 40% of coronavirus vaccines available for school staff in LA County will go to the LA Unified School District through a new distribution plan. Of course, LA Unified School District, the biggest of the 80 school districts in LA County. This was designed to help reopen campuses sooner in areas hardest hit by the virus, many of those areas in the LAUSD. But is that enough of what officials say they would need to actually open elementary school classrooms by early April for in-person learning? Let's bring in one of the people that's part of those discussions, Dr. Deborah Duardo, the superintendent of LA County Schools. Her agency provides support and oversight for all 80 school districts in LA County. What an important job you have. Thank you for the good work you do, and thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so when you hear about the numbers, the state allocating 10% of vaccines for teachers, is this enough?
Well, it's certainly not enough to get all of our school employees vaccinated, but it's a good start. And we're really appreciative that educators and school employees have been given priority, and we are working very hard on a plan to make sure that we're up and ready to start vaccinating on March 1st.
Well, 40% of the vaccines available for school staff in LA County will go to the LA Unified School District because, as Alex just pointed out, it's the largest. There are about 691,000 education workers in LA County. That figure includes those in childcare, private schools, and higher education. Now, Superintendent Buettner says they need 25,000 teachers vaccinated before TK through 6 can return to the classroom. He has that date by April the 9th. Do you think that this is feasible given the doses that you know are coming your way?
It's really hard to say because we don't know how much of a weekly allocation we're going to get. So we don't have that information yet. I think it's going to be very challenging to get all of that vaccinated because we have 80 school districts in LA County, and the allotment that we'll be receiving will be going out to all but 2 of the districts, and that would be Pasadena and Long Beach, that have their own health department and are getting a separate allocation. So it will be tough. You know, we're hopeful maybe when the Johnson & Johnson comes in, it'll be quicker than we anticipate, but it all depends on the allotment that we receive.
Can you talk about the disparity that you're seeing in some of the school districts? I know on Monday night, we're going to have the superintendent of the Las Virgenes Unified School District, which is Agora and Calabasas. They already have a plan to bring high schoolers back. They're going to be opening 4th, 5th, 6th grade on Monday. Very different place than where the Los Angeles Unified School District is at. Why are you seeing some of these vastly different approaches?
Well, you have to remember that these districts serve very different communities. When you look at LAUSD, our largest school district with about 465,000 students, they have the highest number of students that are receiving free and reduced meals, meaning that there's high poverty in those areas. They also are serving the students in communities that have been hit hardest by this pandemic, that have the highest case rates. So it's going to be more difficult for a large school district simply because of its size. But also when you look at a large school district that's serving communities that have been hit so hard by this pandemic. Comparing that to Las Virgenes, which is a much more affluent area of the county, you can see that there would be differences in terms of how they approach reopening and their ability to access the amount of vaccine that they need to get going.
How are you going to ensure equitable distribution of the vaccine given the 80 school districts?
Well, we've been working really hard, and we've been partnering with the Department of Public Health, who have been absolutely wonderful. And we came up with a formula that we think is really fair and equitable. What we're going to look at is the percent of students eligible for free and reduced lunch in each district. Again, that's an indicator of how many students are living in poverty. And we're also going to look at the COVID case rate in that community. The other thing that we're going to take into consideration is whether in-person instruction, small group specialized services, and or distance learning is being offered to students. So all of that will be taken into consideration. And then, of course, each district's allocation will also be based on the size of that district. So it'll be allocated proportionately to them.
Are elementary school teachers going to get the vaccine first? And are we going to be seeing a lot of vaccination done on school campuses themselves?
So that will be up to the districts to decide if they want to start with their elementary schools. I would think, and in speaking to many of them, they're going to start with their elementary schools because those are the first teachers that will be physically back in the classroom for most of our districts. However, it is up to the districts to determine how they want to allocate the allotment that they're getting. Each week, all of our districts will receive an allotment based on that formula that I just explained. For example, though, because we're doing it through a lens of equity, we can have, for example, one group of districts that make up 20% of the entire student population for the county that are receiving 30% of the allotment because they're serving a higher need community.
Now, I know that LA Unified and Glendora and Culver City, they are administering their own shots. So what does that mean versus for the 77 others that are working with another provider?
So every single one of our school districts has been linked to a provider, and many of the school districts have wonderful relationships with medical providers in their community. So those medical providers will be providing the vaccination to the other districts. Those three that you mentioned decided that they would do their own pods. So they are still working with providers, but they're being done out of district facility, whereas the other districts will be partnering with a provider, and most likely the injection or the vaccine will be done off-site, not at a school campus.
So last question, bottom line question. There are a lot of parents out there that are really desperate to get their kids back in school. They think it has been bad for them mentally, physically, emotionally to be home. We've seen these Zoom blackouts. We've seen all this angst. To those parents that feel that way tonight, what is your bottom line message to them about the thing that needs to be done to get their kids back into school? And what are we looking at in terms of a timetable?
Well, I'd say I totally understand how frustrated they are. When we closed schools, we thought it would be for a few weeks. We never could have imagined that it would be going on a year. I'd say that we're doing everything possible. As soon as we get vaccinations, we are getting them out starting Monday. But we're also, we've been planning for reopening schools since we shut down. So every single district has a plan for reopening. They have a safety plan that they've submitted to the Department of Public Health. It's important that everyone understands when we do come back to school that students are still going to need to practice safety measures such as wearing masks, washing their hands frequently, and that physical distancing that we've all come accustomed to. So we are making precautions. We're doing everything possible to open schools. Some districts with larger populations are, it may take them a little bit more time because of the community that they're serving.
All right, Dr. Deborah Duardo, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your perspectives.
Well, the pandemic is having a negative global impact on our mental health. The CDC is saying 65% of 18 to 24-year-olds are reporting symptoms of anxiety and depression. Many are turning to substance use to deal with the stress. So what needs to be done to help? We are joined by Dr. Shekhar Saxena with the Harvard School of Public Health. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. Oh, I think we need you to click your audio. You have been turned off for a second there. Can you can you unmute?
Yeah,
there we
I just
go.
did. Thank you for
Thank
having me on the show.
Yes, such a pleasure. Okay, so we all know people of all ages are having mental health issues with this pandemic, but what is it about the 18 to 24-year-old age group that seems to be having a tougher time?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, we have very clear evidence from many countries, not only US and Canada, but also France, other parts of Europe, China, that it's the young adults who have the maximum impact on their mental health because of the pandemic. While obviously more elderly people have the physical impact and they are dying, but the young people have much more mental health impact. And it's primarily because it's a time for change. There is a lot of uncertainty, there is a lot of loss, and they both give rise to anxiety as well as depression. And the impact is very clear. Almost everybody has some distress. about 2/3 of the people have symptoms of anxiety and depression. About 1/3, the functioning is substantially impacted, and about 10% will have long-term effects of it. And let's remember that 50% of all mental disorders start before the age of 14 and 75% before the age of 25. And this is likely to have a major increase in these percentages.
Wow. Okay. So we're talking possibility of longer term problems and deep-seated issues that aren't going to be able to go away. So what needs to be done to fix this problem?
Well, simply speaking, we need to invest more in mental health as individuals so that we look after our own mental health, as communities, as parents, as teachers, that we keep a lookout on what's going wrong with our colleagues, with our children. Talk to them. Communication is a very good strategy. And at a government level, we need to invest much more in mental health. Mental health has been ignored for a long time. The needs were there even before the pandemic. And then now the needs are higher and the care is lower. So the gap has actually increased. Simply, we need to invest much more in mental health than we have ever done in the past.
I'm curious because when this pandemic first started and we saw what was going on in China, that was one of the first things shortly after was they were talking about people becoming very depressed and mental health issues. We couldn't understand it yet because it hadn't hit. Now it has. Is there any country that you have studied or seen that has been doing something that's making a difference in this area?
I won't be able to say any country, but there are communities that are doing very well. And the key to success is we all look after our mental health much better, and we empower people, particularly the young people, to do something better. And self-care is extremely important. We need to have clear messaging. The messaging about social distancing is all wrong. We need to be talking about physical distancing and social connectedness. Similarly, we really need to have our health services much more geared towards identification and treatment of mental disorders and distress. And that is something which is absolutely lacking. A doctor, a nurse, a teacher should be able to communicate with young people, to be able to identify if there is a risk, including the risk of suicide, which has actually increased very much.
Right.
And to do something about it, and if needed, refer to a mental health specialist.
Wow, I have to tell you, Dr. Saxena, that's a very interesting approach about saying the messaging about social distancing is all wrong. It should be about social connecting. Really important discussion with you this morning. I want to thank you for joining me, Dr. Saxena, with the Harvard School of Public Health. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Well, the pandemic is...
And we have some breaking news coming out of Georgia. 3 adults have died in a plane crash. This is according to one of our Fox 5 Atlanta producers. Authorities say it was headed from Gainesville to Daytona Beach in Florida. Officials say it crashed in Gainesville about an hour ago. Crews are headed to the scene right now from our Fox 5 Atlanta team, but I'm reading more local reports saying that it's closed at least one road in the area as crews are arriving. They're saying that it's a single-engine plane crash. The department urging drivers to find alternative routes. There's reports that the aircraft crashed into a ravine just north of Memorial Park Drive. In the area, fire crews said they found 3 adult occupants dead at the scene and said that this matches flight records. The Hall County Sheriff's Office is going to be handling this death investigation, and the victims' bodies are being taken to the coroner's office right now. And 4 adults and 1 child were also displaced due to the fuel falling on their home. They weren't injured and have since been referred to the American Cross, the American Red Cross, for additional assistance. We're hearing that it's a Cessna 182 crashed about 2 miles northeast of Lee Gilmer Memorial Airport around 6:50. Again, 3 people are being reported as on that aircraft, and 3 people have been reported dead as well. So we'll continue to bring you any further information on this. I am going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we have some more stories coming out for you here on NewsNOW, and we'll continue to bring these breaking news stories as well as that Fox 5 Atlanta team is headed to this scene. But when we come back, we're talking about that COVID-19 relief bill. More to come. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. It looks like we're getting a bit of breaking news in right now coming out of Pennsylvania. A double shooting in a Walmart parking lot. These aerials coming to us via our Fox sister station in Philadelphia. Not a lot of information right now, but police just reporting that there's been a double shooting in Lehigh County. Lots of police activity in the area. Happened just before 7 p.m. We're coming up on the 6 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona, but you can see all those police lights right now. They're zooming in on those footprints in the snow. Caution tape up, obviously, on the side right there. I'm assuming they've evacuated the Walmart. But this is what we do here on News Now from Fox. Want to bring you all of these live feeds as soon as we get them. No word yet from Philadelphia police at this point in time. I'm trying to figure out some more details for you, but all we really know at this point is there's been a double shooting at this this Lehigh County Walmart. Looks like people are still inside and just coming out right now. People shopping. Well, thanks for being with us here on this this Friday evening. Like I said, we're coming up on the 6 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona. 8 o'clock on the East Coast. We're following this breaking news out of Lehigh County in Pennsylvania. Police confirming that there's been a double shooting at a Walmart parking lot. We're taking a live look, aerial look of that parking lot right now. Not really any other details confirmed at this time. But since we have it, we wanted to bring it to you. If you're new to us here on NewsNOW, this is exactly what we're here for, to bring you all of these live feeds. And we do have a little more information now. Multiple victims have been shot. The shooter fled in a gray Toyota. The suspect vehicle is a dark gray SUV with a total of 4 suspects. One of the suspects fled the scene on foot. The suspect that fled on foot is a larger built male wearing a black puffy jacket, and the 3 other suspects fled in the vehicle. The suspect vehicle possibly has a child inside of it. At least one victim was taken to a local trauma hospital, and police are questioning a possible suspect in the area. All of this is local reporting from there on the scene. The child was taken from the victim vehicle and was put into the suspect vehicle that fled. I know this is a little bit confusing here, but we're going one step at a time. The child was last seen wearing a possible purple jacket or hat and appeared dark complexion. The police department is reviewing security cameras at this Walmart right here in Lehigh County. This is obviously a developing story right now, so information could be changing over time. We just want to get it to you as soon as possible. So thanks again for being with us. Another update here. Multiple victims shot and a shooter has fled from this Walmart parking lot here. This all coming in just within the past hour or so. Police trying to track down the suspects who have fled the scene on foot. 3 other suspects have fled in a vehicle that they're trying to track down right now as well. And the suspect vehicle possibly has a child inside of it. At least one victim now taken to a local trauma hospital. All of this preliminary reporting. Police questioning a possible suspect in the area. Fortunately, a child was taken from the victim vehicle and put into the suspect vehicle that obviously fled the scene. The child last seen wearing a possible purple jacket or hat. For those of you who might be in Pennsylvania, child appeared to have a dark complexion. Police right now trying to review some of those security cameras at the Walmart. Of course, bringing you all of this as soon as we get it. And we're following another story tonight. This one, another unfortunate crash, a plane crash. 3 people are dead after a single-engine plane crashed shortly after takeoff near Gainesville earlier this evening. The flight was headed to Daytona Beach, that's according to officials. The FAA said a Cessna 182 crashed into a ravine just north of the intersection of Memorial Park Drive and Atlanta Highway. Hall County firefighters said there was damage along the Memorial Park Drive starting at Titshaw Drive. Firefighters confirming that all 3 adults aboard were killed. Their names have not been released. Their bodies have been turned over to the coroner's office. The crash happened less than a mile from the end of the runway at Lee Gilmer Memorial Airport. A nearby home had to be evacuated because of that fuel that fell on the structure. 4 adults and 1 child were displaced. The Red Cross was assisting the residents. None of those residents, at least, were injured. The FAA and NTSB are going to investigate the cause of this crash, and the sheriff's office is investigating the occupants' deaths. So as soon as we get more images of that, we'll of course bring it to you. But staying on this breaking news coming out of Lehigh, Pennsylvania, caution tape up. The whole area sectioned off of this Walmart parking lot. Looks like that's the car right there. The victim car. The suspect car has fled the scene. We're going to stay on this shot here on this Friday evening and send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, more developing details on all of these breaking news stories on this Friday evening. Also, in this hour, we're going to be heading out to Texas for a live report, talking about President Biden's visit to the city of Houston, as many Texans are still recovering after those winter storms last week. We'll see you in 2 minutes. For those of you who are still with us on News Now from Fox, looks like we lost those aerials coming out of Philadelphia, but that's okay because we want to move on here to the next order of business. That's about the COVID-19 relief package. House is voting on it, and who knows if we're going to get a final vote tonight or going into Saturday, but we have a story here to break down what the very latest is on that relief package.
With the House expected today to vote on and pass the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan that President Joe Biden favors, New York stands to benefit. According to estimates released this month by Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney, the state will get an estimated $12.7 billion in direct aid, the city an estimated $5.6 billion. Separately, the ailing MTA, which saw ridership crater in the pandemic, expects $8 billion in relief. A large chunk of the $25 billion in grants the package allocates for struggling restaurants is expected to help establishments here. The relief package contains $130 billion to help schools across the country safely reopen. Many Americans will see $1,400 checks. Families will see an increased child tax credit. The package also includes a $15 federal minimum wage. More on that in a moment. Republicans criticize the president's plan as bloated.
But let me ask a rhetorical question. What would you have me cut?
Last night on Fox News, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell answered.
That's a good question. First of all, the minimum wage doesn't belong in there.
The Senate parliamentarian who interprets the body's rules agrees. Last night, she said a minimum wage increase is not allowed in a bill the Democrats are trying to pass by a simple majority vote. So while the minimum wage increase remains in the House version to be voted on today, it will have to be stripped out of the Senate version. In a statement, the White House said that President Biden will work with congressional leaders on a wage increase, quote, because no one in this country should work full time and live in poverty.
Spending money that we just don't have. That's a quote from U.S. Senator Ron Johnson, and it's also the reason he says he will vote against the $1.9 trillion COVID relief package, which is expected to pass in the House tomorrow.
Our Sam Kramer sat down for a virtual exclusive with the senator today. Sam joins us live now, and Johnson says he is willing to work with Democrats on this, right?
Yeah, hi there, Steph. Johnson says he's absolutely all for getting money into the hands of people and families that need it most, and he says it's possible without another big spending bill. With Democrats poised to pass another COVID relief bill, Senator Ron Johnson says the bill, which he calls a liberal wish list, doesn't fit the bill on COVID relief.
We have all kinds of pent-up demand because of the COVID shutdown. So the economy is just waiting to take off big time. We don't need another $1.9 trillion of stimulus spending, certainly.
Johnson, who voted yes on the CARES Act, says that decision was a starting point for financial assistance.
We had to do something fast, but I knew it was going to be imperfect. So what I've been trying to do ever since then is try and improve on what we had to do in a very rushed manner to target it.
But there's still money left over. The Nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget reports just over $1 trillion remains unspent and uncommitted from prior COVID relief bills. Johnson says he'd work with Democrats in repurposing that money to Americans that need it, instead of another large stimulus bill that would only add to the national debt.
It's money we don't have. It's further mortgaging our kids' future. It's very unwise. It's very unfortunate, but Democrats are in control and they're bound and determined to do this.
And Johnson also sharing a message for school districts that is simply to open up. He says schools have to follow the science here and get kids back into the classroom for learning and social benefits. We're live tonight in Milwaukee. Sam Kramer, Fox 6 News.
All right, Sam, we'll see what.
And the United Center being used as a vaccination distribution site. Fox 32's Joni Lum has the latest on that story that was touted by President Biden earlier today in Houston as he visited the city that's also trying to get on their feet after stalling out some vaccinations due to the horrible weather out there.
I'm Joni Lum at what is said to be the next mass vaccination location, the United Center parking lot here in Chicago. Officials are expected to make an announcement that they're going to have drive-through and walk-up shot clinics next month. 27th Ward Alderman Walter Burnett confirms that he's heard of the plans, and he says that the home of the Bulls and Blackhawks is perfect because its west side location has access to CTA buses and trains. Plus, the United Center has space, large parking lots for lanes of mobility. It's estimated that 7,000 shots could be administered here daily if the shots are supplied. The site would be run by FEMA, the Department of Defense, the city, and the county, and they hope it would be easy access for people of color. The United Center has already been used as a place for PPE distribution and collection. The building would not be used for vaccinations, but the Chicago Health Commissioner says she's very concerned because right now there just isn't enough vaccine to expand. In Chicago, I'm Joni Lum reporting.
And now to a more fun story here. We're going to go to a Chicago update in just a little bit with Governor Pritzker, but this one started out with not a lot of hope. A firefighter, an Oklahoma firefighter, had to get a double lung transplant after getting the coronavirus, but today he was released from the hospital.
At the beginning of this year, Randy Blake's outlook was dismal after COVID-19 ravaged his lungs. He'd been on a ventilator and a lung machine for nearly 2 months.
And the doctors basically said, if you survive this, your life's going to look like you're going to be in a wheelchair on oxygen for the rest of your life.
Coincidentally, one of his doctors in Oklahoma had a colleague at St. Joe's Norton Thoracic Institute in Phoenix. He was flown here in January.
I don't know how he was able to breathe with the lungs that he had after COVID. He had multiple holes in his lungs. He had fluid in those holes. The lungs that weren't filled with holes were inflamed and scarred from the infection.
Earlier this month, a pair of lungs became available, and Randy underwent a double lung transplant surgery.
They saved my life. They did such an amazing job. I'm so grateful for what they were able to do. Give me a second chance at life. To this point, it's gone fantastic. I'm not using any oxygen, which is kind of a big deal. I'm able to walk, and the rehab process is slow, but I'm getting stronger and just got to keep at it and just keep grinding.
From near death to full of hope, his doctors now expect Randy to be able to continue living his life without having to use an oxygen tank.
A lot of the recovery after lung transplant is psychological rather than physical. You've got to have your head in the game, and you've got to push yourself through weakness, push yourself through discomfort, and Randy's doing just that.
Such an amazing story right there to see Randy walking with his walker. I think he was walking a little bit faster than everyone else, excited to be getting out of the hospital. A really sweet story here on this Friday evening. More to get to here on News Now from Fox. It's almost 6:15 here in Phoenix, Arizona. But as promised, we told you we'd send you out to that press conference earlier today with Illinois Governor Pritzker, as he's talking about United Center being used now as a vaccination site, and also just vaccine distribution moving forward here. We're now going to probably be putting Johnson & Johnson into the mix here pretty soon because that FDA panel did endorse the emergency use authorization of J&J. So we'll see how all of that does moving forward here. But first, I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, more out of Illinois.
Away from our existing vaccine shipments, but instead brings additional vaccine doses into our state directly from the federal government and outside of our regular state and city allotments. That's something that every Illinoisan should applaud. All of our state's residents will have access to the United Center, which will be open to expanded phase 1B plus populations. That includes high-risk conditions. I'm deeply grateful to the Biden-Harris administration. They worked closely with us to bring a high-capacity site to one of the most accessible and important locations in America. And I'm particularly proud that we've worked together to prioritize seniors in this process. In the coming days, we'll be announcing an advance sign-up period, which will allow seniors 65 and older to have exclusive early access to the first batch of vaccination appointments. Thanks to FEMA, The United Center is just our most recent among a growing number of state-supported mass vaccination locations for our residents. To date, the Illinois National Guard has launched 15 state-supported sites, including locations in Springfield and Rockford, Carbondale, and Metro East. And that's on top of mass vaccination sites operated by our 97 local public health departments, like at the Malcolm X College here in the city of Chicago. Already, Illinois has administered more than 2.5 million doses to our residents, including at least the first dose of the vaccine to about 1 in 7 Illinoisans. Cases, hospitalizations, and deaths from COVID-19 have been falling, and Illinois remains a national leader in testing. Our COVID-19 metrics are near an all-time low. In just the first 5 weeks of this new administration, the White House has nearly doubled the weekly supply of doses coming to states via direct shipments and other programs like the federal retail pharmacy program. And based on public commitments from the federal government and from vaccine manufacturers, Illinois expects to receive an average shipment of at least 100,000 doses per day by mid-March. And we've administered more than 100,000 doses in each of the last 2 days, including what we're reporting for yesterday. So it's clear that our vaccination infrastructure is ready as soon as those increases come. About a year ago, the United Center was hosting PPE drives and serving as a supportive warehouse, helping the Greater Chicago Food Depository provide meals for tens of thousands who are out of work and in need of help. Less than 2 weeks from now, it will serve as a mass vaccination site, once again alleviating the burden on tens of thousands of Illinoisans and moving us that much closer to putting this pandemic to an end. I hope you're feeling what I'm feeling, and it's hope. Things are getting better. Someday, not too far from now, we'll be at the United Center, not for a life-saving shot, but for a game-winning shot. In the meantime, mask up, keep helping each other out, and we will get through this together. So thank you, and with that, I'll turn it over to Kevin Sly, who's doing a terrific job as our acting regional administrator for FEMA Region 5. Kevin?
Thank you, Governor Pritzker. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you for joining us as we announce the opening of a new COVID-19 vaccination center to further expand equitable vaccine access across the Chicagoland area. I'm proud to say this is a true whole-of-government effort. I want to first recognize the support of the Biden and Harris administration and thank Governor Pritzker, IEMA Director Alicia Tate Nadeau, Cook County Board President Tony Preckwinkle, and Mayor Lori Lightfoot, along with many of our federal partners at HHS, CDC, DOD, and others who have come together to make this site a reality. FEMA will be providing a federal personnel, financial assistance, and equipment and supplies for the site at a 100% federal cost share at the United Center. In addition, vaccines for this center are being provided to the state above and beyond the regular allocations and will not affect the supply of ongoing vaccine distribution efforts here in Illinois. FEMA and the entire federal family is committed to supporting Illinois' efforts to expand vaccine access and to ensure everyone that needs a shot or wants a shot will get a shot. So I like to leave you with this normal caption that we say at FEMA: the United Center will be a federally supported, state-managed, and locally executed evolution to support all of the citizens of Illinois and the Chicagoland area. So thank you for my ability to opportunity to make comments, and I'd like to introduce Senator Durbin. Senator Durbin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sly. Governor Pritzker, Mayor Lightfoot, President Preckwinkle, it's an honor to be here. Before I make my statement, I want to give a special shout out to the Illinois National Guard. They're part of this effort, and we're proud of what they're doing. And I want to make note that many of your members of the Guard are in Washington protecting me during the week. They are doing great work and they're away from their families, and we appreciate so much what they do over and over again. So please, thank you, and let everyone in the Guard know how much we appreciate the work they're doing. There's not been a lot of good COVID news for a long, long time. Our nation has suffered over 500,000 deaths. We've lost over 20,000 in Illinois. These are moms and dads and siblings and neighbors and grandparents and children. And the racial disparity in this pandemic is horrible, which has sadly always been present in our healthcare system, but even more so now. Communities of colors are more likely to contract coronavirus, more likely to get seriously ill, more likely to die as a result of it. Yet they still have lower access and lower rate access to help and lower rates of vaccination. But we're starting to see glimmers of hope, as the governor said. We are hoping that we can move forward with a new vaccine as soon as next week. That rollout may be a positive one, and I think it will be. And since taking office 6 weeks ago, President Biden has accepted reality. He has faced this challenge directly, and he's talking to the American people honestly about it. Since he took office 6 weeks ago, he has overseen a 68% increase in vaccine allotments to our state. More is on the way. But we are hardly in the clear. New mutations of this virus are being detected every day. We are truly in a race against time to get people vaccinated before this virus mutates even further. That's why today's announcement is so welcome. The federal government, partnering with the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago, is establishing a new community vaccination center to get shots in the arms of Chicago area residents. This center will be capable of vaccinating 6,000 people a day in some of our hardest hit communities. Consider this, the recent study found that vaccination rates in Chicago's majority Black or Latinx zip codes averaged 5%. Majority white zip codes, 13%. We've got to do better. This community vaccination center and its location, which will be open in March 10th, it will help us get there. This came about as a result of an appropriation last December. You hear if you can pay attention, you hear all the conversations in Washington about all the billions and trillions of dollars, and you must stop and ask yourself once in a while, will we ever see any of that in Illinois? Is there any evidence that that money is going to make it here and make a difference? This is evidence of it. The $800 million invested here was part of a $900 billion bill we passed just a few weeks ago in December. And more help is on the way if Congress responds favorably to President Biden's request. He's asked for $1.9 trillion more. The number one item on that is vaccines and distribution of vaccines. So I want the people, and of course there's the cash payment to families, which is important. But I want people to realize that what we are debating now in the American Rescue Plan is even more investment in vaccines and distribution centers just like this one. The faster we can get people vaccinated, the more quickly we can escape the grip that this pandemic has had on our nation for so long, the less likely we're going to see mutations and variations, which we have to fight in different ways. So I'm urging Chicago, roll up your sleeve, show up at the United Center, get vaccinated, and do it quickly. It's up to you, and you can make a real difference. I want to thank all the partners today, and I especially want to thank the lady I'm about to introduce. She and I seem to get together and work on so many issues that really relate to health. And I'm really grateful, President Preckwinkle, for your leadership in so many areas, and glad you're with us today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you very much, Senator, and good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm pleased to be here today for this important announcement. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge those who've joined us. Thank you very much, Governor Pritzker. Thank you very much, Senator Durbin. And I have to take a moment here to thank Senator Durbin. He was strongly supportive of our efforts when we went to Washington to secure a waiver under the Affordable Care Act to begin providing care to people in our health and hospital system. And I really appreciate it. We couldn't have done it without you, so thank you very much. Senator Duckworth, I think, will be joining us virtually. Mayor Lightfoot. FEMA Region 5 Administrator Kevin Sly, thank you. I too want to acknowledge Major General Richard Neely and his folks. I've been to a number of our vaccination sites. Our mass vaccination.
Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox. It looks like we do have a little bit of an update from Vice President Kamala Harris. She's speaking as the White House is celebrating and remembering Black History Month. So we'll listen into her remarks in her speech alongside President Biden, the First Lady, and the Second Gentleman as well.
A Black scientist helped develop the vaccine that is saving lives at this very moment. I met Dr. Corbett at the National Institutes of Health, also known as NIH, during our second week in office, just before I received my second shot. I was so honored to thank her on behalf of our nation. President Biden and I have been working hard to pass the American Rescue Plan so that every American can get vaccinated, so that every American small business can receive the support they need, so that every American woman worker can get back to work. Friends, the challenges we face are big, and because of that, so is our collective responsibility as we combat this pandemic and restore our economy. We all must do everything we can, whether that's wearing a mask or getting vaccinated or urging your members of Congress to pass the American Rescue Plan. I believe that if we are clear-eyed, if we are truth tellers, if we are courageous, we can meet this moment. So this Black History Month, let us honor history and let us make it too. The baton is in our hands. Thank you. And may God bless you and your family, and may God bless America.
Thank you all for watching the 2021 White House Black History Month celebration. Have a good evening.
And thank you for being with us here on News Now from Fox. Those were just the very end remarks from Vice President Kamala Harris. If we can get that whole thing for you, we of course will. I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, more news here on News Now from Fox. And for those of you who are still with us, we're going to go back to that Illinois update as Mayor Lori Lightfoot is also going to step up stage here. But we have several different representatives and officials who are speaking about mass vaccination sites, just like the United Center.
We've been helped everywhere and always by the National Guard. So thank you very much. We're grateful. I also want to acknowledge Israel Rocha, who's head of our health and hospital system. Michael Albert, who's our sign language interpreter. Michael, who else is with you? And Mark Motika, thank you very much. Thank you both. I want to thank all of you for your support for our efforts to move forward with our vaccine pilot program. I'm proud to be standing here today to announce the United Center is the next mass vaccination site right here in Cook County, which will prioritize access for seniors and equity for our hardest hit populations. I'm a grandparent, and too many grandparents haven't seen their grandchildren or their children in almost a year now. Friends haven't hugged their loved ones. The stories are endless, and the isolation has taken a terrible toll on all of us. And while there's much left to do, this site helps all of us get one step closer to a sense of normalcy. Of course, this would not be possible without a presidential administration that values equity and efficiency in our COVID-19 recovery efforts. Thank you to President Biden, Vice President Harris, and their teams for their leadership and partnership in this historic effort. We stand committed to the Biden administration's goal of providing 100 million vaccines in the first 100 days. It's a little less than a third of our population. We're also committed to an equitable distribution of the vaccine, targeting our seniors and communities that have been most disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. I don't have to tell you that the need is great, especially for our seniors and our brown and black populations, which have been disproportionately impacted. We're fully aware of the devastating impacts that the coronavirus has had on our vulnerable communities. Let me say again that we're viewing our vaccine programs, like this pilot program, through an equity lens in order to restore the communities that have been hardest hit and to allow residents to return to normal life as soon as possible. I'm proud of the work being done to expand equitable access to the COVID-19 vaccine for the residents of Cook County and throughout the state. And this is another example of how we will not stop until we get shots into the arms of our residents who continue to wait patiently to see the light at the end of this pandemic. For our seniors, for our communities all throughout Chicago, Cook County, and the state, deserve to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Today, that sliver of light got just a little bit brighter. Thank you. Now I'd like to bring to the podium the Mayor of the City of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot. Thank you.
For those of us who are a little vertically challenged, you have to have a little booster. Thank you very much, President Preckwinkle, for that introduction and really for your partnership and energy and your team have given and continue to give in protecting Cook County's 5 million residents. I also want to extend our heartfelt thanks to our other partners in this venture. Of course, our great governor, Governor Pritzker, General Tate Nadeau from IEMA, Illinois National Guard, Colonel Neely, and head of Illinois Public Health, Dr. Ngazi. Thank you so much. You all have been fearless warriors on behalf of our state, and we are extremely grateful. Thank you, Senator Durbin and Senator Duckworth, who have been incredible allies to us in Washington and made sure that Illinois voices are heard. And finally, FEMA Region Administrator Kevin Sly, thank you so much for being here and for making this day possible. This is a day important for our residents. We here in Chicago are extremely proud of our vaccine accomplishments. We're not only getting over 90% of our vaccines into the arms of residents within 1 week of receiving them, but thanks to our equitable vaccine strategy and initiatives like Protect Chicago Plus, half of the vaccines administered are now being given to Chicagoans of color, a huge improvement over our early days. As we just heard, the new United Center will be vaccinating 6,000 people a day. That is a significant number, increasing our current capacity level by over 40%. And with the first appointments available exclusively for seniors 65 and older. And I want to pause there for a moment and point something out. We have approximately 250,000 seniors here in Chicago who have yet to get their first dose. And when you take in the entirety of Cook County, that number jumps to nearly 500,000. We want to get those seniors vaccinated as fast as humanly possible. And we'll get more details on registration this next week. But what's important now is getting the word out to our seniors, to their friends, to their families about this unique opportunity to get seniors vaccinated. Chicago's already building a transportation support plan to get our seniors to the United Center. And this includes Uber stepping up, providing rides to bring them there. And on top of that, we'll be partnering with ZocDoc to sign our seniors up online. but we still need to do more. That's why we're calling on everyone to get our seniors signed up when this registration opens this week, and then help them get to the United Center when it's time for their appointment. We need moms, dads, grandma, grandpas, your neighbor, your auntie, your mother's cousin, anybody who can lend a hand to our seniors. We need to get them there, and we need to get them vaccinated. Let's call this our SOS moment. Support our seniors. We'll continue to be committed to our all-important citywide equity strategy, but we need to also focus in these next few weeks on supporting our seniors. This is our SOS call to action for them. We need to make this a game-changing moment for our seniors, and the reason why is really simple. Based on the data, we know that an older person, the older the person is, the higher the risk is for them, even without the underlying comorbidities. So the bottom line here, folks, is we need to prevent COVID deaths by vaccinating seniors, pure and simple. And with sites like these opening up across the country, our nation is taking a major step forward in our recovery journey. And it goes without saying that none of this would be possible without the work of President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the entire Biden-Harris administration. This, folks, is what presidential leadership looks like. Bold, collaborative, and science-based. Now, we all know this to be true. These past 11 months have been very difficult on everyone. We have all been carrying a substantial burden, and we have been through a lot as a city, as a state, and as a nation. But thanks to the work of countless government and healthcare workers, along with business, community leaders, and everyday residents, we have done our job to blunt the spread of this horrible, deadly virus. And we've delivered supports desperately needed to keep our families and businesses afloat in this very difficult time. And now, thanks to this new site, we'll be able to take that success to a whole new level. You know, people ask me all the time, what's it like, Mayor, dealing with the new Biden administration? And what I always say is, it's like a breath of fresh air. Senator Durbin is right. When that bill was passed in December to provide the supports that were necessary, it was with the thought that we were going to be entering into a new era, a new partnership with a new Biden-Harris administration that understands the importance of listening, of being collaborative, and making sure that they're supporting cities and states and focusing on the things that we need based upon our articulation of what those needs are. This is a new day and an important day, and we have to give thanks where thanks is due, which is to President Biden, Vice President Harris, and their teams. In closing, I also want to thank the United Center team, Jerry Reinsdorf and Rocky Wirtz and their respective teams. As the governor said, throughout this pandemic, they have stepped up in really important ways. From being a center where we could pass out and store PPE and other necessary items. They were a super site for voting over the fall, and I think had the most people pass through on Election Day of any site in the city. And they came to us weeks ago at the initiation of the county to step up again and say, Mayor, County President, Governor, how can we help? So a great debt of thanks needs to go to the Reinsdorf and the Wirtz families and the entire United Center team. But let's focus again on making sure that we are out there every single day supporting our seniors and getting them signed up for these life-saving vaccines. And with that, I will turn it back over to Governor Pritzker. Thank you.
I might need that.
I know I do. I may take that back.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Governor Pritzker stepping back up to the podium there. Just wanted to let you know in the next 5 minutes or so, we're going to be heading off to a live report coming out of Texas, where, of course, President Biden was there today addressing some of the needs that the state and definitely the city of Houston needs. But tonight, the big story is going to be COVID-19 relief. And take a look at this. We have members of the House that are debating right now, and then likely we will see a vote coming in tonight, late tonight, or early Saturday morning. We'll bring it to you live here on News Now, so we'll listen into this.
Nationwide, our schools need to safely reopen, so this bill will deliver new resources to help them do so. Working families need more immediate relief, so the American Rescue Plan also provides an additional $1,400 per person in direct assistance. That will bring the total amount of direct assistance recently provided to $2,000 per person. This bill also extends unemployment benefits and boosts the federal minimum wage so that 27 million workers get a raise. Sadly, the Senate rules will cause this provision to be removed when it's considered there. But I want the American people to know this. We, on the Democratic side, we will not stop fighting to make a minimum wage increase a reality. No one, and I mean no one, who works full-time in the richest nation on this planet should have to live in poverty. There's also nutrition assistance included to combat the growing hunger crisis and support for local communities on the front lines of this health emergency. There's aid here for small businesses, expanded PPP eligibility, and resources for our first responders, for our teachers, for our transit workers, and so much more. This is what it looks like when Congress acts in a way that matches the scale of the problem that we face. Nearly 7 in 10 Americans support this plan. More than 150 leaders of our nation's top businesses came out this week in support of this plan. Republican office holders like the governor of West Virginia have encouraged Congress to go big here. And local Republican leaders like the mayor of Miami and so many other Republican mayors across this country from red states support our president's proposal. This is a bipartisan response to the COVID crisis. We all joined together on the Capitol steps on Tuesday to mark the 500,000 lives lost to the coronavirus in this country. We didn't stand as Democrats and Republicans, but as one Congress. We mourn the empty seats at dinner tables and the missed graduations and weddings the same way. Not from our partisan corners, but as one American family. Through our grief, we should respond here the same way, united in our purpose to defeat this pandemic and rebuild our nation. I urge all my colleagues to stand together and with the American people in support of this plan. Let's act big, let's act bold, and let's crush this virus. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. And just before I begin, Madam Speaker, I also want to acknowledge that I had sent the Chairman of the Rules Committee a letter earlier in the week, to which he today kindly responded, and I appreciate the prompt response to my concerns about Capitol security. Madam Speaker, today's rule provides for consideration of H.R. 1319, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Throughout this process, Republicans have been completely excluded.
We're going to send some of you off to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we're heading out to Houston, Texas on the very latest of that winter storm and the president's visit today alongside the First Lady. That's coming up in 2 minutes here on News Now.
Of the 245 Republican amendments offered were adopted. The rule before us today strips out the one amendment adopted by a roll call vote. Earlier today in the Rules Committee, over 200 amendments were offered and debated. Not a single one was made in order. The American people at least deserve to have the suggestions of members that they elected to be debated on the House floor. They don't have to be adopted, but they should at least be heard on the House floor. Seems that the Democrats are unwilling to allow elected members of Congress to do their job and represent their constituents. With $1 trillion of funding left unspent from the previous coronavirus response bills, it does seem that we do have some time to do our work, but instead we didn't even hold markups on those portion of the bill. The Energy and Commerce Committee did hold a markup. All the Republican amendments were defeated. This portion of the bill includes changes that will take months to implement, if indeed they happen at all. And perhaps the most startling figure is less than 10% of these dollars are actually spent on combating the coronavirus. Despite spending nearly over $14 billion on vaccines and therapeutics, after $28 billion was just recently provided in fiscal year 2021 omnibus, this package does not contain any funding, zero funding for the National Institute of Health. The National Institute of Health has been a critical partner in Operation Warp Speed and getting the vaccine through the approval process in literally warp speed time, and helping the vaccine manufacturers up and developing the coronavirus vaccine that we're now so urgently needing. This legislation includes many provisions that really should be addressed outside of a coronavirus relief package, like providing a state option for postpartum Medicaid coverage for women. It's a policy I've long advocated for, and it should not be temporary, as this legislation.
All right, we're back here. I'm going to go back to that debate that's underway right now. Obviously, there's a preliminary rule debate right now, setting up parameters for the debate later tonight on that COVID-19 bill. We'll jump into that a little bit more later. But on the heels of a winter storm that devastated the state of Texas and surrounding states, President Biden made his way down south. Fox's Hunter Davis joining us now from Houston. And Hunter, both the president and the first lady were in the area today, isn't that right?
Governor Greg Abbott and other Texas officials, they began a pretty busy day here in Houston, making several stops throughout the city. And all of this comes as Texans are demanding answers after millions of people were without power for days during that deadly winter storm last week. During Biden's first trip to the state as president, he was briefed on recovery efforts while touring the Harris County Emergency Operations Center. Biden also making a stop at the NRG Stadium, a federally run vaccine distribution site, where he again touted 50 million Americans have received the COVID-19 vaccine, adding, "Coming together as Americans will help us recover from the pandemic and the winter storm."
Not a Republican or Democrat is hurting. It's our fellow Americans who are hurting. And it's our job to help everyone in need. Look out for one another. Leave nobody behind. That's what we've seen today in our visit.
Biden later joined Dr. Jill Biden at a local food bank where the First Lady packaged food and water for the community earlier in the day. And this trip comes a day after state lawmakers began investigation hearings into last week's power outage disaster. And while power has been restored to most Texans, about 1 million people are still without drinking water. Now, fortunately, federal resources are on the ground. That comes after Biden granted a disaster declaration for the state of Texas last week. Back to you.
Yeah, you know, Hunter, you bring up a really good point. I was talking to another reporter who was at NRG Stadium witnessing it all go down with President Biden, and we were kind of not laughing, but we were talking about the fact that he talked mostly about vaccinations, not as much about these, people who are without water right now. So you talked about it a little bit right there, but what is the assistance looking like right now for Texans who might be without water or might be displaced from their homes?
Yeah, and it is kind of funny that you mentioned that, because most Texans have been speaking about the presence of Biden during this entire storm situation. Where has he been and what assistance has he been providing? And today was really the first time we even heard him talk in depth about what assistance is being provided. He mentioned that FEMA is on the ground delivering water. He also mentioned that the Environmental Protection Agency is being deployed to several different cities in the state to test water, considering that there's about 1 million people that still don't have drinkable water. He basically just said that any federal resources the state of Texas needs will be provided, but again, spoke mostly about that COVID-19 vaccine, not too in depth as far as the help coming to Texas, but it was at least mentioned today.
All right, Hunter Davis out there in Houston, Texas for us. Thanks for being with us, and we'll talk to you more about this because it's still an ongoing issue, and I think it will continue to be into next week as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And like we said, we're going to be keeping our eyes on the House floor right now.
In-person learning and help students catch up. It will also...
We'll be listening into that for the rest of the night here as a vote is still being waited upon. Like we said, this is debate ongoing over the rule to set up parameters for the debate on the COVID-19 bill later tonight. There's going to be still another hour of debate on the floor just about the bill itself. So this is going to be kind of a long process here, taking us through the night and into Saturday morning. But don't worry, full coverage here on News Now. We'll be sending some of you off to a quick 2-minute commercial break.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now I am pleased to recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, valuable member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Reschenthaler, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The payoff to progressives package before us today has little to do with the ongoing pandemic. This bill, which is the most expensive single bill in history, only allocates 9% of the $1.9 trillion price tag to actually defeating COVID. So what are the Democrats spending the rest of the money on? Corrupt pet projects, of course, and also payoffs to progressive, liberal, special interest groups. Just look at it, $100 million for the Silicon Valley Rail project near Speaker Pelosi's district. Totally coincidental, I'm sure. Taxpayer-funded healthcare subsidies for illegal immigrants. $50 million for Planned Parenthood. Hundreds of billions in bailouts to blue state governors who crushed small businesses with their draconian lockdown measures. A minimum wage mandate that right off the bat would kill 1.4 million American jobs. And the list goes on and on. But you know what Democrats aren't putting in this bill? They aren't reopening our schools. In fact, this bill spends 95% of the education funding after this school year. Democrats also aren't reopening our economy with this bill. In fact, this bill spends $471 billion on policies that actually reduce employment. And they aren't targeting relief to where it is actually needed. In fact, this bill gives checks to individuals who have not lost any income and gives taxpayer-funded health care to millionaires. President Biden and congressional Democrats had a chance to make good on their empty promises to show unity and bipartisanship. They could have worked with Republicans on a targeted relief bill that sends money to where it actually needs to go and effectively spends $1 trillion in the remaining funds that have already been allocated. Instead, they're using this pandemic as pretext to force through a corrupt bill filled with progressive payoffs. I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 1319. Thank you. I yield back my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article from the Washington Post entitled, "Biden is winning Republican support for his $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief plan, just not in Washington."
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, the distinguished chairman of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, Mr. Takano.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank Chairman McGovern for yielding. Madam Speaker, as of this week, over 10,000 veterans and 130 VHA employees have lost their lives to COVID-19. Over 226 veterans and 18,000 VA employees have tested positive. It is clear we must act now. This bill would provide funding to increase VA's claims and appeals processing to reduce the backlog caused by COVID-19. It would deliver critical funding for the Veterans Health Administration, bolster VA's supply chain modernization, and support state veterans' homes to upgrade and enhance their safety operations. It would also fund stronger oversight through VA's Office of Inspector General, secure assistance for unemployed veterans, and prohibit co-payments for medical care for veterans during the pandemic. This bill is critical to ensure the health system that veterans rely on can continue to meet their needs and serve as a backup to America's overwhelmed healthcare systems. While the return to handshakes, hugs, and visible smiles is on the horizon, the path to getting there requires this Congress to do quick and thorough work to ensure that we all get there together. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Texas. Madam Speaker, over the past year, Congress has allocated nearly $4 trillion to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now Democrat leadership is following through on a campaign promise made by President Biden to spend another $2 trillion. Further assistance is appropriate for those individuals, families, and businesses who have been hit the hardest, including restaurants. But this bill fails to recognize, Madam Speaker, the improving economic conditions, as well as the fact that more than $1 trillion from previous relief packages remains unspent. Just 9% of this bill goes towards combating the virus, and just 1% is directed for vaccines. Instead, the apparent priorities of the Democrat leadership include a bailout for mismanaged states, pension funds, and an increase in the minimum wage, and $500 million for the arts and humanities. Madam Speaker, Congress has already provided $68 billion for our schools, more than double the CDC's highest estimate of what it would take for our schools to open safely. We should be able to unite in supporting an economic recovery, open our schools, increase testing, and ensure the efficient distribution of vaccines. I yield back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, the distinguished chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, President Biden has set forth a national plan to crush the virus. With this bill, Congress is providing the president with the resources and tools to implement a national plan that was sorely lacking under President Trump. States competed against each other during the Trump administration for personal protection equipment, ventilators, and testing supplies. That now ends. This legislation provides $20 billion to speed up the distribution and administration of COVID-19 vaccine. It invests over $47 billion in the national testing strategy. It invests $7 billion to hire 100,000 new full-time public health workers to perform vital tasks like vaccine outreach and contact tracing. It invests more than $25 billion to address health disparities, and we also include assistance for struggling families to help keep their lights on, the heat working, and the water running. And we included $7.6 billion to expand internet connectivity to help students and teachers without home internet access. Madam Speaker, the American Rescue Plan meets the unprecedented challenges our nation is facing, and it deserves strong bipartisan support. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this point, I am pleased to recognize another valuable member of the Texas delegation, Mr. Pfluger, for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from Texas. I rise today in complete opposition to the Democrats' blue state bailout bill. This bill will cost the American taxpayer nearly $2 trillion. Let that sit for a second. $2 trillion when our nation is already in $27 trillion in debt. And where does this money go? Surely it will be spent towards fighting the pandemic and COVID. Wrong. Only 9% of this money will go towards fighting COVID-19. The rest of the funding is going towards Democrat pet projects, like a subway in Silicon Valley and a bridge in New York. Taxpayers in Texas should absolutely not be rewarding states who have kept their economy shuttered and prevented workers from earning a living. For these reasons and more, I urge my colleagues to vote no. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, the distinguished chairman of the Committee on Agriculture, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Chairman McGovern. Ladies and gentlemen, let's face facts. Let me tell my Republican friends, we have a terrible hunger crisis going on in this country right now. 14 million of our children are going to bed hungry this night. The American people are crying out, Congress, help us. We have support of our measure from the American Farm Federation, from Cargill, and we have support of our legislation from God Almighty himself. What did he tell you and me? He said, feed the hungry and heal the sick. America is hungry. America is sick. And America is calling on you Republicans to love your people. Take care of your people.
The gentleman's
in
time
this
has
critical
expired.
time of need.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the speaker for that reminder. I'm now pleased to recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
In a radical departure from all previous COVID-19 relief laws, the bill before us today mandates taxpayer funding for abortion on demand. Today, the Rules Committee refused to even allow a pro-life amendment sponsored by Rogers, Fox, and Walorski, co-sponsored by 206 members. Madam Speaker, it is shocking to learn that the methods of abortion include dismemberment of a child's fragile body, including decapitation, and that drugs like RU-46 starve the baby to death. Unborn babies killed by abortion at 20 weeks or later experience excruciating suffering and physical pain. And until rendered unconscious or dead by these hideous procedures, the baby feels every cut. Mr. Biden once wrote constituents explaining that his support for laws against funding for abortion by saying it would, quote, protect both the woman and her unborn child. Those of us who are opposed to abortion, Mr. Biden went on to say, should not be compelled to pay for them. Most Americans agree, 58% according to the most recent Marist poll. Unborn babies, Madam Speaker, need the President of the U.S. and members of Congress to be their friend
time has expired.
and advocate, not their adversary.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the American Relief Plan, desperately needed by the Philadelphia constituents. This plan extends the poverty-busting earned income tax credit, provides billions for small businesses. It expands vaccine access and address health disparities, and address schools, help schools open openly. The American people are counting on us to crush the virus. Let's do the right thing and pass this very critical bill. I thank you and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to recognize for 4 minutes the ranking member of the House Committee on Rules, Mr. Cole from Oklahoma.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my good friend from Texas for yielding. Today, the House is considering a massive budget reconciliation package that the majority claims to be using for additional coronavirus relief funds. Having already passed 5 bipartisan relief packages over the last year, totaling almost $4 trillion in spending, the majority is now seeking to spend nearly $2 trillion more. But unlike the past 5 measures, which were bipartisan deals with both Republican and Democratic support, today's bill is strictly partisan, with only Democratic support and input. And with a glance at the bill, it's easy to see why. First, the vast majority of this so-called rescue package has nothing to do with the coronavirus-19 pandemic. The bill fails to keep a laser focus on providing relief for Americans, ensuring schools are open to educate our children, and moving to swiftly reopen the economy. Instead, the majority has thrown in completely unrelated items that just so happen to be at the top of their progressive wish list. This includes irresponsible policies like federal bailouts for certain pension funds, providing bloated contributions to state and local governments, and arbitrarily raising the minimum wage, which will cost well more than 1 million people to lose their jobs. And incidentally, the same minimum wage provision is not going to be considered in the Senate and will have to be stripped from the bill. But perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by these misguided provisions, given how completely shut out of this process Republicans have been. During the markups across 9 committees that considered this package, Republicans offered 245 amendments to help fix these and other problems. Republicans offered common sense amendments to reopen schools, give additional resources to the NIH, provide funding to make sure all teachers have the opportunity to receive a COVID vaccine, and many more. Yet only 2 of these amendments were accepted by the Democrats in committee markups, and one of those 2 amendments is actually being stripped out of the bill in the manager's amendment today. At a $1.9 trillion package that's being brought to the floor with next to no Republican input, simply astonishing. Madam Speaker, it's clear what we need to do. Our entire nation is suffering as a result of this pandemic. Every day, more businesses shutter. Every day, children are falling further behind. And every day, people fall deeper and deeper into despair caused by in part by isolation. Instead of proceeding with this progressive wish list, we need to take real action to open the economy. And above all else, we need to get children back in school. Prior to the pandemic, children had access to in-person staff and services at school. But now, with schools remaining closed, we see the results. More students falling behind, more students contemplating suicide, more children falling into despair. For millions of children, the ground lost during the pandemic may never be recovered. We are failing an entire generation of our children, and we need to reverse course and get them back in school. Madam Speaker, there was and still is an opportunity to put together a bipartisan relief package. There's still time to focus on policies that will reopen the economy and make sure kids can learn in person. But we cannot do it if the majority insists on this bloated package with so many unrelated policies. So long as the majority insists that it is their way or the highway, true help for the American people cannot be achieved. I urge my colleagues to reject this rule and the underlying legislation. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this pandemic's tentacles have infiltrated every facet of our community's lives. The brilliance of this rescue package is that it understands those complexities and addresses those many needs. For example, since the pandemic began, we've seen increased reports of abuse of women and children. So, this bill helps fund shelters and refuge. The country has also seen the heartbreaking devastation in tribal communities. Native Americans are 4 times more likely to be hospitalized and twice as likely to die from COVID-19 than white Americans. So, this bill includes over $20 billion to assist Native people, including their tribal governments, health facilities, and education. We need this package to end the nation's suffering. Let's pass this bill. Save lives, save livelihoods, save communities. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack, valuable member of our Appropriations Committee, Subcommittee ranking member, and I'll yield him 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think a little honesty is in order tonight. It's no secret that this so-called American Rescue Plan Act has little to do with the hardships placed on Americans by COVID. When 90% of a spending plan rammed through on a sham of a budget resolution gets spent years down the road, with much of it having little to do with the coronavirus, we should at least be honest with our constituents. It's apparently Christmas again. Here's an example. What does the multi-employer pension issue have to do with the pandemic? Remember the failed Joint Select Committee that was supposed to solve that problem back in 2018? That was long before COVID. But here we are about to spend $85+ billion on this bailout. That's double the amount of money we give to the National Institutes of Health. Look, before we ask future generations to float us another $2 trillion to pay off these liberal promises, let's at least have the integrity to admit that this really isn't about
The gentleman's
COVID.
time has expired.
And I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, let me just remind my colleagues, 70% of the American people support this bill. Republican governors and Republican mayors from all across the country support this bill. The only place where it isn't bipartisan is here in the Congress. Republicans say, oh, the people can't be trusted to know what's in the bill. And the fact of the matter is, people support this because they support more money for vaccinations, more money in terms of direct payments to individuals, enhanced unemployment benefits, more money for our cities and towns, our first responders, our police and our fire departments, and so many other things. So I know my Republican friends have developed this habit of trying to overturn the will of the American people. Well, enough. The American people want this, and we're going to deliver it for them. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Over 500,000 Americans have been killed by a merciless virus. That's about the population of New Haven, Connecticut. Now also picture wiping out Grand Rapids, Michigan, Toledo, Ohio, or McAllen, Texas. 10 million Americans are unemployed right now. Nearly 1 in 4 households have experienced hunger this year. These are horrible statistics. But there is good news building on this floor right now. President Biden promised help is on the way, and here it comes. The American Rescue Plan, a real plan to crush the virus, put money into people's pockets, allow our states and counties and cities to continue to provide the services that are necessary. No wonder up to 80% of Americans want you, all of us, to vote yes tonight. Let's give it to them. And I'll yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, the ranking member of the House Subcommittee of Energy and Commerce, for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I rise today due to my strong concerns with the Democrats' COVID-19 bill. With a very small percentage of this massive package specifically directed at combating COVID-19, the $1.9 trillion COVID bill is more of a Democrat wish list. I tried to add relief for healthcare providers with funds specifically for rural and Medicaid providers, but Democrats voted this down. It's amazing how it's okay to have the Silicon Valley subway, the Seaway Bridge in New York, and a bailout of multi-employer pension plans from problems prior to COVID-19. But my amendment to help healthcare providers was not included. I was proud to support the last 5 COVID-19 relief packages to help Kentuckians. I think we can all agree that we need to boost vaccine distribution, safely return all students back to in-person learning, and help people return to work. Much of the funds in this partisan bill will not be used until next year or later. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I am happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to implore that my colleagues pass this urgently needed COVID relief for millions of struggling Americans. Across the country, families and friends have had to say goodbye to more than 500,000 loved ones, too often knowing that they have died alone. In our communities, large and small, more than 18 million Americans are receiving unemployment benefits as their only lifeline. Millions of small businesses are on the brink of permanent closure. Schools are struggling to reopen. Meanwhile, the miraculous vaccines offer a light, but it is still at the end of a long and steep tunnel. President Biden's American Rescue Plan will get people back to work, help parents safely send their children back to school, assist our families pay their bills, and our small businesses build their future. This bill helps people and businesses in every community in Illinois and in every state in America. That's why it has such bipartisan support across the country. It deserves the same support here in Congress. To truly heal our economy and our nation, we must pass the American Rescue Plan. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm disappointed because we are again on the floor in a closed rule where 0 Republican amendments were made in order. Because again, we are here voting on a package that has hundreds of billions of dollars in non-COVID related spending. Again, I'm down here on the floor disappointed that the majority disallowed my amendments. One of my amendments would have reported on the impact the Biden job-killing Keystone XL order would have had on small businesses. My other amendment, which was denied, preventing taxpayer dollars from funding child slave labor. No, you did not hear that wrong. In fact, this is the 5th time the Democrats have blocked this type of amendment from me. What's the issue with being anti-child slave labor? Like I said, I'm not sure how this is controversial, but when faced with the binary decision to source these minerals from human rights abusers in Africa and China, or source them from Minnesota under the best labor standards and the best environmental standards in the world, I'll take made in America 150% of the time. I join my constituents' disappointment in this process. This is very
The
concerning.
gentleman's time has expired.
And I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, the chair of the Committee on Education and Labor, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the legislation because there are many reasons to vote for the American Rescue Plan. If you want to ensure that schools can reopen safely and make up for lost time in the classroom, vote for the bill. If you want to provide relief for institutions of higher education and their students, vote for the bill. If you want to save our child care system from collapse, vote for the bill. If you want to protect workers against the virus and increase their wages, vote for this bill. If you want to maintain access to affordable health care for workers who've lost their jobs, vote for the bill. If you want to prevent more than 1 million retirees from losing their hard-earned pensions, vote for this bill. And finally, if you want to keep children and families from going hungry, prevent domestic and gender-based violence, and protect older Americans during this pandemic, you must vote for this bill. The American people need to know that help is on the way. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to recognize the gentlelady from New York, Mr. Malliotakis, for 1 minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. This bill is not tailored to the specific needs of our nation or its citizens. I support helping the unemployed, struggling businesses, and returning money to taxpayers. But you give $1,400 with one hand, and it costs $15,000 per American household to pay for it. Congress thinks it knows how to spend hardworking taxpayers' money better than they do. All while our nation approaches $30 trillion in debt and $1 trillion from previous relief remains unspent. Right now, vaccine production and distribution is a top priority, yet less than 1% of these funds go to it, showing how bloated this bill is. It spends billions on unrelated projects, from a San Francisco rail line to family planning, and whopping $3.5 billion for the Global Fund, forcing the American taxpayers to pick up 88% of this international fund's expenditures, all while our diplomats can't even get the vaccine. And my amendment would have required states receiving billions to commit to not raise taxes on their citizens. CDC said it would cost $25 billion to reopen America's schools safely. Only in this mismanaged government would things end up costing 8 times more than originally estimated. This is an epic fail.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, the distinguished chair of the Committee on Small Business, Ms. Velasquez.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, 500,000 lives lost. Over 400,000 small businesses closed for good. 700,000 new unemployment claims filed last week. 54 million are food insecure. This is a crisis, the scope of which none of us have seen in our lifetime in this country. And the federal government has a responsibility to show up for the American people, and that is exactly what President Joe Biden is doing, to assure them that their struggle aren't theirs alone, that this relief is coming, and we will get through this together. As chairwoman of the House Small Business Committee, I am proud this bill includes $50 billion to get our small businesses back on their feet. We're providing targeted assistance for those hardest hit, including grants for small entertainment businesses, cultural institutions, and independent restaurants, plus an additional $50 billion for idle advances. And more.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Let's pass this rule and let's move forward.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now I'm pleased to recognize for 1 minute the gentlelady from Iowa, Mrs. Henson.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the rule. It's been nearly a year now since the COVID-19 pandemic reached our shores, and Iowans are still struggling. Iowans need targeted pandemic relief. I would have been the first to cross the aisle and compromise on legislation that would help Iowans and Americans who are in need. But this behemoth of a bill fails to provide targeted relief that my constituents ask for. It forces taxpayers to bail out states that have chronically mismanaged their budgets. It includes a $15 minimum wage hike, which would decimate the rural economy in Iowa and destroy the very livelihoods this bill claims to be saving. And it opens the door for taxpayer funding for abortions. And with $1 trillion from previous relief packages still unspent, this legislation contains no guardrails to ensure new money is used on pandemic relief this year. This legislation abdicates our responsibility to those who need our support and to taxpayers. Voting for this rule is a slap in the face to taxpayers, and I urge a no vote on this rule. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the distinguished chair of the Committee on Financial Services, Ms. Waters.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so very much. Madam Speaker, I'm so grateful that we have President Biden's leadership in the White House to tackle the ongoing pandemic. H.R. 1319, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, carries out this plan and delivers the relief communities across this country need so very much critically. The bill provides more than $75 billion for programs in my committee's jurisdiction, including $20 billion for emergency rental assistance, $5 billion for 70,000 new housing vouchers, $10 billion in homeowner assistance, $10 billion to boost emergency medical equipment production, $10 billion for small businesses, and $15 billion for airline workers. I am so pleased that we are increasing the stimulus payments from $600 to $2,000 for each of our constituents. I am a happy camper tonight. This is what America needs. Republicans, you ought to be a part of this, but if you're not, we're going without you. With hunger growing and millions out of work and at risk of eviction or foreclosure, America needs this bill passed into law.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Everybody on this bill.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I am pleased to recognize the gentlelady from Arizona, valuable member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, for 1 minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. And Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the rule. 9%. Only 9% of the underlying bill goes to combating COVID-19 through public health spending. The other 91% is a partisan wish list being pushed by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Union pensions, blue state bailouts, Planned Parenthood, and even a bridge and a tunnel. That is what most of this bill is about, not COVID-19 relief. We need targeted, tailored relief that actually helps the American people, not this $2 trillion boondoggle. I urge my colleagues to oppose the rule and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this pandemic has been cruelly uneven. Some people remain unscathed. Wall Street's booming, online retailers are surging, some work remotely with their incomes intact, and some families remain healthy. Yet 17% of Americans go to food banks every week. 1 in 6 people can't pay their rent. Some people are enduring a long winter in sub-zero temperatures, unable to pay their heating bill. 25% of the people who make under $40,000 a year are now unemployed. State and local governments crippled, businesses and restaurants closed, and worst of all, we all know people who've gotten sick and died. This legislation is not a blue state bailout or a liberal handout. It's how we address the suffering that's crippled our country. It's how we'll move forward and beat this pandemic. We have this great and awesome responsibility, this great and awesome honor to try and help people facing some of the most desperate times they've ever faced. Let's pass this comprehensive plan. Let's move our country forward, and let's do it together. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
We're going to send some of you off to a quick commercial break here. We'll see you back in 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to the rule and to H.R. 1319. We do need targeted relief for those hurt by this pandemic, but this is bad legislation. Republicans introduced over 250 amendments to this nearly $2 trillion bill, and Democrats only ultimately accepted one. That is not unity. This is merely socialism in sheep's clothing, redistribution of wealth through cash payouts to many who have had no financial impact whatsoever from COVID. It's also redistribution of wealth from future generations who will be stuck with the tab. The CBO predicts our economy will grow by 3.7% this year without any further congressional action. With over $1 trillion in unspent funds from previous packages, we can't afford to jeopardize our children's future with this socialist spending spree. I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from the U.S. Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. The time for bold and decisive action is now. This American Rescue Plan Act will crush the virus, return children safely to school, support vaccinations, put dollars in families' pockets, and put people back to work. The plan will mount a national vaccination program that sets up the community vaccination sites nationwide. In the Virgin Islands, the loss of cruise ships along with air travel tours have cut the heart of our economy, causing loss of jobs, closure of businesses, and lost revenues for government operations. Additionally, we have yet to understand the long-term impact the pandemic will have on our children. In the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, our children are already overwhelmed and severely compromised due to facilities and the school year loss that they had from the 2017 hurricanes. Lastly, I'm proud to note provisions in this bill for the U.S. territories that I've been fighting for. This plan creates equality in the child tax credit and earned income tax credit. I urge my colleagues to please support this bill, and for my colleagues on the other side who have to give the divisive platitudes and non-support, you're welcome.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. Members are reminded to heed the gavel. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We all want to beat this virus, but you can't beat a COVID pandemic with 91% pork barrel spending in the bill. Only 9% of the funding in this bill is going to COVID programs. $1,400 checks, at what cost? $13,000 per taxpayer? If we have any additional relief that we need to pass for addressing COVID, it must be targeted, temporary, and tied to the pandemic. What is not targeted? $350 billion in state and local bailouts that reward states that continue to shut down their economies. What's not temporary? A $1.5 million bridge to Canada, or $112 million for an underground subway to Silicon Valley. What's not tied to COVID? $86 billion to bail out the multi-employer pension plans that were poorly managed in Democrat-run states before the pandemic even started. $50 million in taxpayer dollars for abortion on demand. This liberal wish list masquerading as COVID relief will cripple our economy, harm our ability to reopen our nation, and burden our children and grandchildren with unsustainable levels of debt. I strongly oppose this spending package, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, we have a choice tonight. Our American children are hungry. The recovery is stalling, and 1 million new people file for unemployment every week. We can do our jobs, pass a national vaccination plan, safely reopen our schools, send relief checks to those in need, support the unemployed, and protect American jobs. Or we can let them fend for themselves and slowly scratch their way back to health at great human cost. I choose relief, recovery, and progress. Madam Speaker, my first job, 1966, $1.25 an hour, minimum wage. 16 times this Congress has chosen to increase the minimum wage, and every time there was a CBO score or a Chamber of Commerce or a conservative economist who talked about the shrinkage of low-wage jobs. But if we're persuaded by this job loss mirage, we would never raise the minimum wage. And I refuse to believe that this is American exceptionalism. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Lubbock, Texas, Mr. Arrington, for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, there's an old country saying you can put all the perfume and lipstick you want on a pig, and it's still pork, and it still stinks. H.R. 1319 is filled to the brim with bad policies, partisan priorities, and it's disguised as COVID relief. This bill pays people more to be on unemployment than to go to work, slaps small businesses with job-killing wage mandates, gives a $350 billion windfall to states who were mismanaged and broke before COVID, hands a blank check to union bosses and greedy corporate executives who ran their pensions into the ground and stuck taxpayers with the tab. It rewards temper tantrums from teachers' unions by doling out billions of dollars to schools who refuse to open their doors to their students. This bill is chock full of bad policies, barriers to recovery, and bailouts galore. Madam Speaker, let's open the country up, get our kids back into the classroom, and get America back to work. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, the distinguished chair of the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, Ms. Johnson.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 and strong support of this rule. When COVID-19 pandemic hit our shores a year ago, researchers across the nation and across many fields of science and engineering jumped into action. The nation's STEM talent redirected brain power and resources to combating the pandemic. And thanks in large part to these efforts, we now have some positive news about our fight against COVID. However, important scientific work remains to be done in this effort. The Science Committee preventions included in this package direct funding through the National Science Foundation and the National Institute of Standards and Technology for vital research related to prevention, response, and recovery from COVID-19. I want to thank my colleagues around the House for their work on this important rescue package and urge its adoption. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, Republicans will amend the rule to strike the consideration of the Pelosi payoff bill and instead consider H.R. 1371, the Crush the Virus Act introduced by Representative Tom Reed, which is attached and will provide over $160 billion to expand the administration of vaccines and provide direct relief for the coronavirus. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment in the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. Here to explain the amendment is Representative Gonzalez of Ohio. I yield him 3 minutes.
Without objection, and the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Burgess, for your leadership. If we defeat the previous question, we will call up H.R. 1371, the Crush the Virus Act of 2021, introduced by my good friend, Mr. Tom Reed. This is legislation that is based off of the Problem Solvers Caucus endorsed framework for additional funding in order to defeat the virus by making further investments into testing, vaccine distribution, PPE, and utilizing the Defense Production Act. In other words, this is a targeted solution that can garner bipartisan support, unlike what we're doing today, and show the American people that we are committed to working together to defeat the virus. To date, while Congress may have struggled at times to deliver timely results, we have come together each time to pass needed legislation to help small businesses, hospitals, and Americans impacted by the virus. This is the way Congress is supposed to work. But instead, House Democrats have embarked upon a purely partisan approach, pushing aside Republican lawmakers like myself who actually want to find common ground. And for what? A nearly $2 trillion bill that is not targeted for the coronavirus, includes policies that will hurt job creation, and in the words of Larry Summers, who is no Republican, is a step into the unknown. What the American people need is for us to put partisanship aside and identify targeted funding prior to spending $2 trillion of taxpayer dollars, only weeks after this body enacted another nearly $1 trillion, much of which has yet to be spent. This is why Problem Solvers Caucus came together earlier this year to identify in a bipartisan way the still outstanding funding that is needed to defeat the virus. The bipartisan agreement is the basis for the legislation we will bring up if we defeat the previous question here before us. My friend Tom Reed's bill, the Crush the Virus Act, will provide more than $160 billion in targeted aid, including $11.5 billion for manufacturing and production of vaccines, $35 billion for the Provider Relief Fund, and $5 billion for the Use of Defense Production Act. This proposal will speed up vaccine distribution and administration in a timely manner and supports our brave frontline healthcare workers. And I thank Mr. Reed for his leadership as co-chair of the Problem Solvers Caucus and for pushing this proposal. But let me make a final point and a broader appeal to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. The American people sent to Washington the slimmest House majority in quite some time and an evenly split Senate. The message they sent was clear. It was not that you have some broad mandate to jam down a bunch of progressive policies. It was that they want us to actually work together, to come together and solve the problems in a bipartisan way. I think the message was clear, and the more the majority ignores it, the shorter their majority will be. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
As chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I speak in strong support of the international provisions of the American Rescue Package. With a total of $10 billion, this is a relatively small yet critical investment in fighting COVID and its effects around the world. Pandemics do not respect international borders. To control this pandemic, we need to mitigate its global spread. This provision puts global health front and center, supporting efforts to relieve overburdened health systems and medical workers, and help governments develop and distribute vaccines. To address the humanitarian crises that have been exacerbated by this pandemic, this provision would provide funding for the most immediate life-saving assistance, including shelter, food, clean water, basic medical care. Additionally, it provides COVID-related relief for vulnerable refugees who are already vulnerable. This provision would also provide flexible funding for economic support to help ensure that even more need isn't created as a result of the economic impact of COVID, which are already severe.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time we have remaining on our side?
The gentleman from Texas has 5 minutes remaining.
I'll reserve at this time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts has 8 minutes remaining.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, we don't have any time to waste. By the time I'm done with this 1 minute speech, roughly 10 people in LA County, home to my district, will have tested positive from COVID-19. And in another 5 minutes, someone in my county will die of COVID-19. And while I'm sure our healthcare heroes and frontline workers appreciate our thanks, words alone are not enough. Our gratitudes need to be expressed with funding and resources. Our appreciation needs to be in the form of benefits and assistance. Our Black and brown communities, those being disproportionately impacted by this pandemic, aren't going to get through this crisis with platitudes. They need action. They need access to vaccines, money in their pockets to pay their bills, help getting their kids back in the classrooms, and support putting food on their table. That's why I'm going to vote to pass the American Rescue Plan, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. This is our chance to stop the spread of this virus, rebuild our economy, and give every American, regardless of their background or zip code, the opportunity to turn the page on this dark chapter of our country's history and come out stronger in the end. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After one long year of this pandemic, many of my constituents are anxious, and yeah, they're angry. Their health has been harmed, their businesses have been shut down, and they're absolutely frustrated in waiting for their vaccines. They're not happy with our ex-president's response, and they're not pleased with the local response. That's why now, more than ever, we in Congress need to continue our response to COVID-19. In the past year, we passed 5 bipartisan bills that kept the economy afloat and the poverty rate flat. That's why on this night, with this pandemic raging this year, we must support this rule, which will put shots in arms, checks in pockets, kids in schools, food on tables, strike teams in nursing homes, keep police and firefighters on our streets, keep pensions secure, and provide vaccines for essential workers, including my farm workers on the Central Coast of California, so that they can do their job for their families and for our food security. So let's do our job tonight for our constituents and for this country and pass the American Rescue Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'll yield myself 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I want to recognize the critical work that was done by the Congressional Doctors Caucus on this effort. The thesis was that we're going to crush the coronavirus. You'd think that you'd want to involve the people who'd left the world of healthcare provider to come and serve in the people's house. Unfortunately, those amendments that were thoughtfully introduced were rejected at the Rules Committee. We had amendments such as allowing the FDA to use real-world evidence in their evaluation of the emergency use authorization that is currently pending. We're going to reduce the Medicaid payment error rate, which seemed like a good idea. Medicaid home and community-based services, substance use disorder treatment, and mental health services were to be expanded. The public health workforce, allowing for loan repayment, was rejected. An amendment providing for coronavirus testing at the southern border. We know we've got a problem with increased people coming across the southern border without authorization. President Biden has indicated that he is welcoming that, but as a consequence, we need to be certain that we are protecting Americans from the introduction of the coronavirus. This was a measure to allow for increased testing on the southern border, but we couldn't accept that. Hide protections, you've heard many people talk about that. That was rejected at the Rules Committee. And a variety of amendments. Dr. Mariannette Miller-Meeks had an amendment to allow for the standardized testing to go on in classrooms this next year, not using it to reduce payments to schools that don't measure up, but using it as a diagnostic test. Let's find out how far behind some of our classes are. All of these were thoughtful amendments introduced by the GOP Doctors Caucus. Unfortunately, all rejected. You'd think if you wanted to crush the coronavirus, you'd ask your doctor. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, the distinguished chair of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, Ms. Maloney.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of this bill and of the 1.4 million first responders, teachers, transit workers, sanitation workers, and other public servants already laid off from state and local governments across this nation. We must act before more people lose their jobs and before more life-saving programs are cut. The state and local funding included in this package will provide many local governments dedicated support for the first time since this pandemic struck. It can be used to administer vaccines, increase testing, and save countless jobs by replacing lost revenue. For New York City, which last month projected a $10.5 billion loss in expected tax revenue, this money would mean it can continue to provide vaccines and food assistance and reopen schools safely. Hundreds of local officials told us the relief in this bill will mean recovery instead of recession and cannot come fast enough. Taken together, this will be the light this country needs at this dark hour. Thank you, President Biden. Everyone should vote yes.
The chair would again remind all members to heed the gavel. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I inquire the gentleman from Massachusetts?
We're going to get back to that in just a moment here, but we wanted to give you a little bit of an update. There was a New Orleans police officer who was shot and killed at a basketball game. A law enforcement officer shot near a high school basketball game in New Orleans. Edwin Shorty, who's the Second City Court constable, said the victim was a deputy in his office. He withheld the person's name until relatives could be notified. We believe that there's going to be a press conference here pretty soon, or it may have just happened. So we're going to bring you these details as soon as we get them. But again, a law enforcement officer shot and killed at a high school basketball game in New Orleans. The shooting reported at 6:30 p.m. Looks like they may be moving for this press conference. We saw some of those microphones set up by local media. So if they do bring it to us, we'll definitely bring it to you. Multiple shots could be heard near the gymnasium. The gunman was quickly arrested. It's not immediately clear whether the deputy was on duty at the time or was working privately contracted as a security guard for the event. So still a lot of unknowns right now. Hopefully we'll be getting a press conference pretty soon here. But I am going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we're following this story. And then we're also on the House floor right now as House members are debating the parameters of tonight's debate, final debate over that coronavirus stimulus package. So we'll see you in about 2 minutes.
Janet Yellen has said, the smartest thing we can do is to act big. In the long run, the benefits will far outweigh the costs. And Mark Zandi, former advisor to John McCain, has said, you don't need a textbook to know this, is when you push on the fiscal accelerator. Now let's be clear what we cannot afford. We cannot afford more delay tactics, another lapse in unemployment assistance, or another moment of inaction. This plan is what our economy needs, and it's what America needs. Bold, urgent action. So let's pass this rule and the underlying legislation, and let's let the Senate do its job and send this bill to the President's desk without delay. This historic crisis deserves a historic response. The American people are counting on us. You know, it is listening to my Republicans debate here on the floor and in the Rules Committee has been a disappointing experience. Barely a word of empathy or compassion for those who are suffering or for those who are struggling. What we have heard is delay tactics. What we have heard are distortions. What we have heard is divisive talk. My friends talk about bailouts. This is not a bailout. It is a rescue package. My friends are out of touch with the American people. People are struggling. People right now are trying to figure out how they're going to put food on the table to feed their families. And here on the House floor, what we hear is indifference. What we hear is distraction. So look, the good news is this. We're going to pass this bill today. This is a big deal. And we're going to send it over to the United States Senate, and we have a Senate that is not going to put this in the trash can, that is going to debate it and vote on it, and then we're going to send it to the President. And the good news to the American people is help is on the way. We promised you that we would step up to the plate and we would respond appropriately to this crisis, and that is what we're going to do. So I urge all my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, to support this rule, to support this package. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Object. I'd ask for the yeas and nays. We clearly won that.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar, State of Arizona, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Don Young of the state of Alaska pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will be a no on the previous question. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote no on the previous question.
Well, thanks for being with us here tonight on News Now from Fox. We are taking a live look at a vote that's underway right now. They're debating on whether they should push forward with the parameters that have been set forth for this COVID-19 debate. That's going to happen later tonight. I know it's kind of confusing, but that's what's going on right now. This is all a way to push forward this stimulus package, this almost $2 trillion stimulus package that's been proposed by House Democrats, and a lot of House Republicans are in agreement of it too. It's likely going to be pushed through past the House. Now, what happens after that? Anyone's guess. We'll see, and we'll be following all of that here on News Now from Fox. But I'm going to be sending you guys into some of the major stories of the day. First, we're going to start out with the GOP and what their thoughts are on this American Rescue Package, this plan that has been put forth by Biden and his administration. We're going to move forward into what House Democrats are saying, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. So those are the first two press conferences. We're also going to move forward into some news out of California with Governor Gavin Newsom, and then a couple interesting stories from our sister station in the Bay Area, talking about restaurants closing, also talking to a psychologist about the way that schools should be reopening, with kids finally slowly being reintroduced back into the school systems in person. And then there's also a lot of other great stories to come out of there as well. But we appreciate you being with us here on News Now. I'm going to send you into that overnight playlist, and we'll pick it all back up again on Monday. But remember, the CPAC is still going on. It happened today. The headliner tonight was Donald Trump Jr. On Sunday, though, his father, Donald Trump Sr., is going to be headlining on Sunday. All weekend, we have full coverage for you with our weekend team, Rain and Stephanie Weaver. She is going to have full coverage for you, so you won't miss a beat. Thanks again for being with us here on News Now Fox. Give us a follow on Twitter at News Now Fox. You can give me a follow on social media at Daytona News Now, giving you all of the latest updates, live, raw, and unfiltered. Thanks again for being with us. We'll start with this. Kevin McCarthy, the House Minority Speaker. Be safe.
1 year since 3 million students last stepped foot in a classroom. A year without quality education. A year without being able to socialize with their friends. For many, it has been a year of spiraling into depression. According to Virginia Pediatrics Association, pediatricians have seen a 90% plus increase involving depression, anxiety, and academic struggles.